Hello everyone and welcome back to Nightmare Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. I woke up to find my alarm clock had been set for 2 hours earlier than usual. The harsh beeping of the alarm immediately pulled me from my sleep and I groggily checked the time. It was still dark outside and the clock read 3:30 a.m., even though I usually wake up at 5:30 a.m. My first thought was that I had accidentally changed the time the night before, but I was certain I hadn't touched it. I glanced around the room trying to shake off the confusion, wondering if I had simply miscalculated the time. I got out of bed feeling disoriented and went to the kitchen to make some coffee. The house was unusually quiet and the darkness outside made it feel like the world had not yet begun its day. As I sipped the coffee, I kept thinking about the alarm clock. Could it have malfunctioned? I checked the clock again, hoping it would reset itself, but it remained stubbornly. 2 hours ahead, I started to wonder if someone had tampered with it, but who would do such a thing and why? The more I thought about it, the more unsettling the situation became. I had always trusted my alarm clock to wake me up on time and I couldn't recall ever experiencing anything like this before. Was I sleepwalking and changing the settings without realizing it? No, I had never done that, and the idea seemed unlikely. Still, the possibility lingered in my mind, making me question my memory. I tried to push aside the creeping thoughts of something strange happening and focused on getting ready for work, but I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my stomach. Why would my alarm clock be set 2 hours earlier? I couldn't think of any reason, and the more I pondered it, the more I felt like something was wrong. Was this just a bizarre accident or was there something more to it? I arrived at work much earlier than usual, feeling a bit out of sync with the world around me. My co-workers were still trickling in and I couldn't help but wonder if I was the only one who had experienced anything unusual that morning. The early arrival gave me time to think more about the alarm clock incident. Could someone have come into my room and tampered with it while I was asleep, or could I have done it without realizing it? The questions lingered in my mind unanswered and growing more concerning with every passing minute. Throughout the day I tried to stay focused on my work, but my mind kept drifting back to the alarm clock. Every time I glanced at the time, I thought about how it had been set 2 hours earlier than usual. It was a small thing, yet it felt like it had disrupted my entire sense of routine. I kept wondering if it had been some kind of mistake, but it was hard to believe that such a mistake could happen by itself, without some outside influence. When I got home that evening, I went straight to the alarm clock to check it again. To my surprise, it was still set to the same time, 2 hours earlier than usual. I carefully reset it to the correct time, feeling a strange sense of relief as the numbers shifted. But even as I fixed the time, I could help but wonder why it had been wrong in the first place, who had done it and why. Or was there some other explanation, something I wasn't seeing? Later that night I tried to go to sleep as usual, but my mind wouldn't stop racing. I kept thinking about the alarm clock, about the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Had I just been overly tired or was something more sinister at play? I tried to brush off the worry, but the nagging feeling stayed with me. It was such a strange thing to happen and I couldn't shake the idea that there was something I wasn't understanding. Over the next few days I kept an eye on the alarm clock, making sure it was set correctly. It was fine each time and nothing unusual happened. But even though everything seemed normal, I couldn't stop thinking about that. One morning it was as if the event had left a mark on my mind, something I couldn't erase. I found myself checking the clock more than I needed to, as if I were looking for some kind of confirmation that it hadn't changed. Again. I began to wonder if I was just overthinking it, if the whole thing had been a simple mistake or a weird glitch. After all, it was possible the clock had malfunctioned for some unknown reason, but no matter how hard I tried to explain it away, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. What if someone had been in my room? What if I had been unknowingly targeted for some reason? As the days went by, the memory of the strange morning began to fade, but it still lingered in the back of my mind. I tried not to let it bother me, but every so often I would catch myself thinking about the clock again. Was it a sign of something? Was I just being paranoid? I didn't know the answers, but I couldn't help but feel like there was more to the story than I had uncovered. The mystery of the alarm clock remained unresolved and unsolved. It became one of those strange, unexplainable events that I couldn't fully dismiss, no matter how much I tried. I continued on with my daily routine, but I always felt a little bit unsettled. The feeling that something had been out of place, that something had shifted without my knowledge stayed with me, and as much as I wanted to forget about it, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the truth behind the altered alarm time was still out there, waiting to be discovered. In the weeks that followed, nothing else unusual happened and life went on as normal. But every time I woke up in the morning, I would glance at the clock just to make sure it was still set correctly. It was a small thing, but it had left a lasting impression on me. Something had changed that morning, and I still couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. All I knew was that it had made me more aware of the little things in life and how easily they could be altered without our knowledge. Story 2. It was a typical flight, one of those that feels like 1,000 others. The hum of the engines, the slight pressure changes and the soft clinking of the seat, bell signs as they blinked on and off all felt strangely familiar. I had settled into my seat, pulled out the book one had been reading for the past few days and began to immerse myself in the story. It was a mystery novel, one I had picked up on a whim, but it had quickly become something I looked forward to during every free moment. The flight had been uneventful for the first hour or so, with the usual distractions and noises of a packed cabin, people talking, the flight attendants walking down the aisle and the occasional laughter from a few rows back. I was so engrossed in the pages of my book that I barely noticed the person behind me shifting in their seat. It wasn't until I heard their voice, clear and calm, that I realized someone was speaking directly to me. "Are you enjoying that book?" the voice asked. I was taken aback looking up from the pages to see who had addressed me. I didn't recognize the person sitting behind me. I glanced around the cabin half expecting to see someone else making eye contact, but no one was paying attention. It was the person behind me and they weren't talking to anyone else. They had addressed me and their question felt oddly familiar. I turned back around unsure of what to say. "Yeah," I replied, still puzzled. "It's a good read." But what really threw me off wasn't just the question, it was what came next. The person behind me didn't stop there. They went on to describe the book in detail, almost as if they had read it themselves. They knew the plot twists, the characters, and even the themes the author was exploring. I felt my heart rate quicken as I tried to make sense of the situation. How could they know what I was reading? I hadn't told anyone. I hadn't even mentioned it to the person sitting next to me, who was busy with their own entertainment. There was no way this stranger could have known about the book unless they were somehow familiar with it. But as far as I knew, there was no reason for anyone to be watching me that closely. I hadn't given them any indication of the book's title, nor had I made any remarks about it out loud. For a moment I sat frozen, staring at the pages of my book, still trying to process what had just happened. How could the person behind me know the exact book one was reading without any prior knowledge? Was it a coincidence, or was there something more to the situation? My mind raced with possibilities, none of which seemed to make sense. The person behind me continued speaking as if this was the most normal thing in the world. They casually mentioned how the book's setting was similar to another novel they had read and how the protagonist's journey resonated with them in unexpected ways. Each observation they made was so specific, so accurate, that it felt impossible for them to be guessing. This wasn't a general comment about books or reading. It was as if they had been sitting next to me watching me, turn the pages and listening to my thoughts. I wanted to turn around and ask them how they knew to confront them with the obvious question, "How did you know what I was reading?" But I hesitated. There was something about the situation that made me uneasy, as if doing so would only make things even stranger. Instead, I sat quietly trying to act as if nothing was out of the ordinary, but inside I felt a growing sense of discomfort. I tried to rationalize the situation. Maybe the person had seen the cover of the book when I had placed it down on the tray table. Maybe they had recognized it and decided to make a guess based on that. But then again, they had known specific details about the plot that weren't immediately apparent just by glancing at the cover. It wasn't like they could have been observing me for long enough to figure out what was going on in this story. So how had they known? As the flight continued, I found it increasingly difficult to focus on my book. The words on the page seemed to blur together. My mind preoccupied with the conversation behind me. Every now and then I would hear the person behind me mumbling quietly to themselves, offering further insights into the book, as if they were completely comfortable with the situation. Their familiarity with the story grew even more uncanny. They even predicted a scene that was coming up, a crucial moment in the plot that I hadn't yet reached, and it was exactly as they had described. By the time the flight was nearing its end, I was no longer reading the book at all. My thoughts were consumed by the strange encounter, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something unusual had just happened. I kept replaying the moments in my head, trying to piece together any clues that would explain how this person had known so much about the book. Was it a coincidence? Was it just an incredible stroke of luck on their part? Or was there something more to this stranger's knowledge, something beyond mere chance? The plane began its descent, and I could feel the pressure in my ears, the familiar rumbling of the landing gear and the soft murmurs of passengers preparing for arrival. The person behind me was silent now, and I took that as a sign that the conversation had come to an end. As we touched down and taxied to the gate, I finally turned around to look at the person who had shared in my reading experience, but when I turned, there was no one there. The seat was empty. The person behind me, who had known the exact book one was reading and shared in the details of its plot, was gone. There was no trace of them at all. I looked around the cabin, but the seat that had been occupied moments before was now completely vacant. For a brief moment, I wondered if I had imagined the entire encounter, if it had all been some strange, surreal daydream. But the words they had spoken, the details they had shared, felt too vivid, too real for me to dismiss. As I gathered my things and made my way off the plane, I couldn't help but wonder if I had just experienced something beyond explanation. Had the person behind me been some kind of mind reader, or had they somehow known about the book through other means? It was an encounter I would never forget, one that left me with more questions than answers, and even now, as I reflect on it, I can't help but wonder if I'll ever encounter that stranger again, or if this was simply a brief moment in time that will remain a mystery forever. Story 3. It was a quiet evening, and I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone aimlessly. The room was dimly lit, with only the soft glow of the lamp on the side table. I didn't have any specific plans for the night, just a few small tasks to finish up before calling it a day. As I used my voice assistant to set a timer for the laundry, something unexpected happened. The assistant responded, but it wasn't the usual polite tone. Instead, it said something that caught me completely off guard. "Hey," their nickname, the voice said in its usual automated way. My heart stopped for a moment. The nickname it used was one I hadn't thought about in years, one that only a few close friends and family members had called me when I was a child. I hadn't shared this nickname with anyone for a long time, let alone my phone. I quickly glanced at the screen, trying to process what I had just heard. Confusion set in as I wondered how the voice assistant knew that nickname. I hadn't entered it into any settings, and I had never explicitly given the device any personal information of that sort. I began questioning whether I had accidentally said something that might have triggered it, but I couldn't recall anything resembling a command that would have led to that specific response. I decided to test it again. I asked the assistant to play some music, but once again it responded with my childhood nickname. I felt a chill run down my spine. It wasn't just a coincidence. Something strange was happening. My mind raced through possibilities. Was there a glitch in the system, or had someone else managed to access my phone remotely, feeding information into the device? The idea unsettled me deeply. Frustration and unease began to creep in. I double-checked every setting, scanning through privacy options and recent activities, but nothing stood out. The nickname was still there, embedded within the voice assistant's memory, as if it had always been there waiting to be used. I even tried restarting the device, thinking that might reset it, but the result was the same. The silence in the room felt heavier. Now I sat motionless, staring at my phone as though it held the answer. Nothing seemed logical about what was happening. How could something so personal suddenly surface in a device I trusted with my everyday tasks? The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. Eventually, I gave up trying to rationalize it. I needed to step away from the phone for a while to clear my mind. As I placed it on the table and walked to the kitchen for a glass of water, The thought lingered. Was this just a simple error or something deeper? And if it was something deeper, what did that mean? The following days were filled with curiosity and unease. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the situation than I had initially thought. Each time I spoke to my voice assistant, a small part of me wondered if it would use the nickname again. It became a silent question hanging in the back of my mind, something I couldn't ignore, even if I tried to move past it. Finally, I decided to seek answers. I began searching forums and tech blogs, reading about similar experiences. Others had reported strange occurrences where their devices accessed personal information they hadn't explicitly shared. Though the stories were varied and few seemed as unsettling as mine. Some suggested software glitches, while others speculated that advanced algorithms were somehow pulling data from deep within a user. Subconscious. Though that sounded far-fetched, despite the attempts to find explanations, nothing felt entirely satisfying. I realized that my experience wasn't just about a simple technological glitch. It was something more personal. The nickname was tied to memories I hadn't thought about in years, moments from childhood that felt distant, yet suddenly vivid again. There was a part of me that wondered if the device had triggered some subconscious recognition, digging into areas of memory I hadn't revisited in a long time. Days turned into weeks, and the incident continued to weigh on my mind. Each interaction with my phone became a moment of caution. As though I was constantly aware that something private could slip through, I began changing settings, limiting access to personal data and ensuring that nothing could sync without my explicit consent. Despite these efforts, the memory of that strange nickname lingered. The experience, though unsettling, taught me to be more conscious of how connected technology can become to our personal lives. It reminded me that while we rely on these devices, devs for convenience, they sometimes venture into areas we might not want them to explore. Whether it was a glitch, an algorithm mistake, or something deeper. It became a lesson in navigating the thin line between automation and privacy. Over time, the initial shock faded, but the memory of that peculiar evening stayed with me every now and then. I'd think back to that moment, wondering if it would ever happen again or if I would learn something new about how deeply our devices know us. Story 44. It was a typical afternoon and I was driving home after a long day of work. The streets were busy with traffic and I was eager to get back to my apartment. I switched on the car radio, as I usually do, and began to scan through the stations to find something that would keep me entertained during the drive. After a few moments of switching between channels, I decided to settle on a playlist I had created a while ago. I hadn't listened to it in years, but for some reason today felt like a good day to revisit it. As the playlist began to play, I recognized the first few songs immediately. They brought back memories of road trips, late-night drives, and old friends. It was a mix of songs from a different time in my life, songs I hadn't thought about in ages. I let the music play, remembering the emotions and moments that these songs were tied to, but then something strange happened. Out of nowhere, a song started playing that I hadn't heard in years. It was a track from the middle of the playlist, one I had almost completely forgotten about. As the opening notes filled the car, I was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't just that I had forgotten about the song. It was the fact that this particular song had not been part of my regular rotation for a long time. I remembered adding it to the playlist years ago, but I hadn't thought about it or listened to it since it was almost as if the playlist had chosen that exact moment to remind me of something long buried. I could feel the familiarity of the song creeping into my thoughts, and I realized that I had attached certain memories to it. This was the song I had listened to during a summer that felt like it would never end the summer, full of adventure and spontaneity. The lyrics were tied to moments spent with friends and places I had visited, some of which I hadn't thought about in a long time. The sudden appearance of this song, seemingly out of nowhere, made wonder how it had resurfaced. I hadn't listened to this playlist in ages, so how was it that this song played? At this exact moment, I glanced at the radio, almost expecting it to show some kind of error or glitch, but everything seemed fine. The song was just playing as it should. I tried to reason with myself, thinking that perhaps it was just a coincidence that my brain had somehow forgotten how the playlist was organized. But as the song continued, I realized that it felt almost intentional. I had long since stopped listening to the playlist. So why was this particular song the one to play now? Of all times? I could feel my mind racing with possibilities. Had I unknowingly chosen this song to play by accident, or was there something more to it? The idea that the universe had somehow orchestrated this song's return to my life at this very moment seemed a bit far-fetched, but it was hard to shake the feeling that something larger was at play. Maybe it wasn't the universe, but it was certainly a strange coincidence. As the song played on, I let myself get lost in the memories it brought back. It was as though the past and present had collided, and I couldn't help but reflect on how much had changed in the years since I had created the playlist. The more I listened to the song, the more I realized how much it had shaped my past. The lyrics spoke to experiences and emotions that I had long since moved on from. Yet here it was again, bringing those feelings to the forefront. I hadn't expected to feel so nostalgic while driving home, but the song seemed to unlock something deep inside me. It wasn't just about the music itself. It was about what the song represented. It was a moment in time that I had almost forgotten, and hearing it again felt like an unexpected reunion with a part of myself I hadn't known I'd been missing by the time the song ended. I found myself thinking about the playlist in a way I hadn't in years. I hadn't even realized how much I missed these songs, how much they had shaped who I was at the time. It was a strange feeling, but it also made me realize that certain moments in life, like the memories attached to music, never truly fade. They linger, waiting for the right moment to resurface. As I continued driving, the song's haunting melody still echoed in my mind. I couldn't help but wonder if there was some deeper meaning behind it all. Why had this song play now after all these years? Was it simply a coincidence, or was it a reminder of something I had forgotten? I wasn't sure, but the experience left me with a sense of unease and wonder. I decided to continue listening to the playlist, hoping to see if any other songs from that time would resurface. As the next few songs played, I realized that, while they were familiar, none of them carried the same weight as the first one. The song that had played first was the one that had truly triggered something inside me. It was the one that made me think about everything that had come before and everything that had changed since then. I was left with a lingering sense of reflection, not just about the song, but about the passage of time itself. When I arrived at my destination, I sat in the car for a few moments, not quite ready to leave. The song still played softly in the background, and I allowed myself to take a breath, contemplating the strange sequence of events that had just unfolded. It was as though the universe had placed this song on my path. For a reason, though, I couldn't quite put my finger on why. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, or maybe it was a reminder that sometimes the past has a way of sneaking up on us when we least expect it. Story 5. It was a typical Monday morning at the office when I bumped into a coworker in the hallway. She greeted me with a smile, but there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. As we exchanged pleasantries, she suddenly said something that took me completely by surprise. "I saw you in that meeting last week," she mentioned casually. My first thought was confusion. What meeting? I wasn't invited to any meeting last week, and I certainly hadn't attended one. I couldn't figure out what she was talking about. What meeting? I asked, my voice sounding more puzzled than I had intended. She seemed equally surprised by my response. "You know, the one about the new project you were sitting in the back listening in, I remember, because I thought you were just getting the lay of the land." I stood there for a moment trying to piece things together. There was no meeting I had been part of recently, at least not one I was aware of. I would have known if I had been invited, right? I checked my calendar regularly and nothing about any meeting. It stood out to me. So why did my coworker seem so sure that she had seen me there, and why was I completely unaware of it? But the more I thought about it, the stranger the situation became. I hadn't attended any meeting related to new projects or anything of the sort. As a matter of fact, I had been focused on a different set of tasks that week, with no indication of any additional responsibilities or unexpected invitations. I wondered if maybe I had forgotten about the meeting somehow. Maybe a calendar invite slipped through the cracks, or I had missed an email, but it didn't add up. If I had been at that meeting, I would have remembered, surely. And yet the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. I tried to brush it off. At first, maybe my coworker had mistaken me for someone else. After all, We worked in a large office and sometimes people do look alike, especially when seen from a distance. But my coworker was adamant. "No, it was definitely you," she insisted. "I saw you clearly and you seemed engaged in the conversation." The idea of me attending a meeting without knowing it felt absurd. How could I have been there listening and participating and not have any recollection of it? It was as if the meeting had occurred in some parallel universe where I had been present, but my mind had been completely absent from it. I started to wonder if there was some kind of mix-up. Was there another person in the office who looked like me and had a similar work style? Maybe someone had used my identity to attend the meeting, but that seemed far-fetched. I had never heard of anyone doing such a thing. As I walked back to my desk, the conversation kept replaying in my mind. I couldn't let it go. How could my coworker be so sure, and how could I have been in a meeting without even knowing it? The next day, I decided to ask the meeting organizer about it. I wanted to get to the bottom of the situation and understand if I had somehow missed an invitation or had forgotten about a meeting I should have attended. The organizer looked at me quizzically when I brought it up. "No, I don't think you were in that meeting," they said after a pause. It was a closed session and we didn't have anyone outside the project team in there. I felt a small sense of relief, thinking that perhaps the situation had been a mistake or miscommunication, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As the days passed, I started to notice little things that made me feel even more confused. Some of the details my coworker had shared about the meeting, such as the discussion that had taken place or the topics covered, seemed oddly familiar. It was as though I had known about them all along, even though I hadn't been there. Would it be that I had overheard those details in passing conversations, or maybe I had read something about the meeting in a follow-up email or project update? It seemed so strange to me, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized how easily information could seep into your mind without you being fully aware of it. I spoke to another colleague hoping they might shed some light on the situation. They confirmed that the meeting had been a closed-door session for the project team only. "Maybe you were just in the area and your coworker thought she saw you," they suggested. While that explanation made sense, it didn't fully satisfy me. The whole thing was starting to feel like a puzzle with missing pieces. I knew what I had experienced, or rather what I hadn't experienced, but my coworker's certainty about seeing me in the meeting kept nagging at me. I even tried to talk to my manager, but they didn't have any additional information. "If you weren't invited to the meeting, I don't know how you could have been there," they said, sounding just as puzzled as I felt. Everyone seemed to agree that I wasn't involved in the meeting, yet my coworker was insistent that I had been there. I began to question my own memory. Could I have unknowingly walked into the room and then somehow blocked out the experience? But that seemed unlikely. If I had been in the room, I would have remembered it. I always remembered meetings, especially when it was something important. A few days later, I decided to go back through the meeting notes and emails related to the project. Perhaps I had missed some critical detail or overlooked an invitation. I scrolled through my inbox, scanning for anything that would explain my coworker certainty. To my surprise, I found a brief email summary of the meeting that had been sent out after the fact. The topics mentioned in the summary were eerily similar to what my coworker had described. It was almost as if I had already known about them. Despite never having attended the meeting, my mind started racing again. Could I have read the notes so thoroughly that they had somehow made me feel as though I had been there? Even though I wasn't, I decided to stop trying to figure it out. For the time being, it was clear that no one else could explain it, and my coworker seemed convinced that I had been present. I resolved to let it go and not dwell on it any longer. Sometimes there are things we can't fully understand, no matter how much we try to make sense of them. It was possible that I had just been caught in some odd miscommunication or bizarre coincidence, but the whole situation left me with a lingering sense of unease. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't help but occasionally reflect on the strange encounter. It became a story I shared with friends and other co-workers, and each time I rolled it, it seemed a little more absurd, but at the same time it also served as a reminder of how perception can shape reality. My co-worker had seen something that I had not, and that discrepancy made the whole situation feel like a surreal, unexplainable moment. Maybe it was just a small mix-up, but it was a mix-up that left me questioning how much we really know about our own experiences. Story 6. It was a typical afternoon when I decided to make my usual stop at the corner store. The small local shop was a place I frequented, and over time I had become familiar with the cashier. She was a woman in her late 20s, friendly and always ready with a smile. I had no particular reason to go that day, except that it had become a part of my routine, and I liked the convenience of the store being so close to my house. As I walked through the door, the familiar scent of fresh produce and cleaning products greeted me. It felt comfortable, like a place where I belonged, where everyone knew their role in the daily flow of things. I made my way down the aisles gathering the usual items. I always bought a loaf of bread, a carton of milk and a few snacks for the evening. I wasn't thinking much about it. I had done this countless time before. The shop wasn't large and I could usually get through my list of items in just a few minutes. But today something strange happened as I approached the counter. As I walked up to the cashier, she didn't greet me with her usual cheerful hello or how's your day going. Instead, she simply looked at me with a calm, knowing expression, as if she had been expecting me without me saying a word. The cashier started scanning my items. I watched, still processing what was happening. There was no small talk, no questions about my plans for the day, nothing. She continued to scan the milk, the bread and the snacks as if this was just a part of the usual Yule transaction, but I hadn't spoken a single word, not even a hello. It was as if she already knew exactly what I wanted, exactly what I had come for. The moment felt surreal. Like time had stopped for just a few seconds. I paused, unsure of how to react. I thought I had been clear about what I needed every time I came in, but never to this extent. How could she possibly know what I wanted without me saying anything? I had never given her any indication that I was so predictable. Maybe I had made this exact purchase so many times before that she had learned my routine, or maybe it was just a lucky guess. But it didn't feel like a guess. It felt intentional. Like she had been waiting for me to arrive for a brief moment. I wondered if I had somehow become part of the store's rhythm, so ingrained in its daily operations that she knew what I would pick before I even did. As she finished scanning my items, I still hadn't spoken. I was caught between confusion and awe, wondering if this was some kind of strange coincidence. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe I had unknowingly made a habit of always buying the same items at the same time and she had simply picked up on it. But there was something more to it. It was as though she had somehow anticipated my every move. When she totaled the items, she reached for a reusable bag, as if she had already prepared it for me. She folded it neatly and handed it over with a polite, almost knowing smile. I looked at her trying to make sense of the moment. "Thank you," I managed to say, still feeling a little unsure of what had just transpired. Her smile grew a little wider as she handed me the bag. "You're welcome," she replied simply, her voice calm and warm, as though nothing unusual had happened at all. The entire transaction had taken place without me saying a single word beyond my gratitude. At the end it was a strange and unsettling feeling, but also oddly comforting. As if I had found my place in this small familiar space, I walked out of the store still holding the bag in my hand. The sound of the door chime echoing behind me. The usual rhythm of life seemed to return as I stepped outside into the cool air, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. Had I really become that predictable, or was there something more at play here? The whole experience felt as though I had been a part of some unspoken understanding, some silent connection that I hadn't fully grasped for the rest of the day. I found myself thinking back to that moment. Was it just a coincidence that the cashier handed me my usual purchase without me saying anything? Perhaps she had simply noticed my routine, or maybe it was a fluke, but it had left me with a strange sense of being understood in a way I hadn't expected. It wasn't just the items I bought that she had known, but the quiet, unnoticed rhythm of my visits to the store. I couldn't quite put my finger on why it felt so significant, but the experience lingered in my mind. The next time I went to the store, I was a little more aware of the cashier's actions. I made sure to say something as I approached the counter just to see if the same thing would happen again this time. I spoke as I handed over the items and the cashier greeted me warmly, asking about my day. She hadn't scanned my purchases yet and everything seemed normal. But I couldn't help but remember the previous encounter where she had anticipated my every move without a single word between us. It made me wonder about the little connections we have in our daily lives, the ones we don't always notice, but that shape our routines in ways we don't fully understand. As I left the store that day, I found myself reflecting on how often we go through our lives on autopilot, following patterns and routines that we don't question. The cashier's quiet acknowledgement of my usual purchases was a small, almost visible moment in the grand scheme of things, but it felt like a reminder that there are connections and patterns in life that we sometimes take for granted. It was a small gesture, but it had made me feel seen, understood, and strangely comforted in a world that often felt overwhelming and unpredictable. The next time I visited, I was no longer surprised by the familiarity of the exchange. In fact, I started to look forward to it, as though it had become a small, quiet part of my day that I couldn't do without Story 7. It was just another quiet evening, the kind where you could unwind after a long day without much interruption. I had settled into my usual routine, making dinner while the radio played softly in the background. The kitchen smelled of garlic and onions, and I was lost in my thoughts, thinking about everything I had to get done the next day. The world outside my window was still and peaceful, with the occasional car passing by. Everything was perfectly normal until the phone rang. At first I didn't recognize the number, but it wasn't uncommon to get calls from unfamiliar numbers, especially in the age of robocalls and telemarketers. Still, something urged me to pick up. As I wasn't expecting any calls, I wiped my hands on a dish towel and reached for the phone. The screen showed a local area code, which made me pause for a moment. It wasn't anyone I knew, but I decided to answer anyway. "Hello," I said, holding the phone to my ear. The voice on the other end was calm, almost too calm, as if the person on the other side had been waiting for me to pick up. The words they spoke were simple, but they sent a chill through my spine. "Did you get the map?" The voice asked the question. Lingering in the air, I froze. The question was so unexpected, so out of place, that I couldn't respond right away for a moment. All I could do was stare at the phone, trying to make sense of the words. The map. I thought to myself, completely confused. I had no idea what they were referring to or who could possibly be asking about a map. I had not received any map, nor had I been expecting one. I couldn't recall ever discussing such a thing with anyone before I could formulate a response. The voice spoke again, but it wasn't a response to my silence. The line went dead. The phone call ended abruptly with no further explanation. I stared at the screen in disbelief, my heart pounding a little faster now. Who was that? Why did they ask me about a map, and why did they hang up so quickly? I immediately checked the call history, hoping to trace the number, but it was one of those blocked or unlisted numbers. The phone displayed only the time of the call, nothing else. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Who could possibly want to know about a map, and what map could they be referring to? Was this some kind of prank, or was there a deeper meaning behind the question? I set the phone down and tried to shake off the unease that had settled over me. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettling the whole situation became. I had no idea what kind of map they were talking about, or why someone would ask about it in such a cryptic way. And why hang up so suddenly without any further explanation? I tried to think back to anything that might connect to a map. Had I seen anything recently that could be related to this? The only thing that came to mind was a recent trip. I had taken a hiking excursion I had done months ago, but there was no map involved in that trip, just a trail guide I had picked up at the park's visitor center. I hadn't given it much thought since then, but even if it was connected to that trip, why would someone be asking about it now? As I sat down at the kitchen table trying to process everything, my mind wandered through a dozen different scenarios. Maybe it was a wrong number. I told myself perhaps the person on the other end had intended to call someone else, but the more I thought about it, the less that explanation seemed to fit. The question sounded deliberate, almost too specific to be a mistake. My thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock at the door. I jumped, startled by the sudden noise for a second. I wondered if it was related to the strange phone call, though I couldn't explain how. I walked cautiously to the door, checking through the peephole before opening it. No one was there. I stepped outside to check the porch, but there was nothing. No one in sight, no package or note, just the quiet, dark street. My mind was starting to play tricks on me. I thought perhaps it was all a coincidence, just a random call, no meaning behind it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. Who had asked about the map and why? What was their purpose? The unanswered question lingered, pulling at my thoughts. I sat back down, picking up the phone again, hoping that there might be some way to figure out who had called. I considered trying to search for the number online, but I knew that wasn't going to help. The caller had deliberately blocked their information. After all, I was left with nothing but the strange question and the empty silence on the other end of the line. That night I had trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought about the voice and the words they had spoken. I wondered if I had missed something important, something that could explain their odd inquiry. Did the map mean something to them? Could I have unknowingly received something, or was this just a random, meaningless call? The next day I tried to go about my usual routine, but the calls still weighed on me. I began to look at everything around me with a new perspective. Could the map be a metaphor for something? Was it tied to a hidden message, some kind of clue or hint? I wasn't sure, but I found myself second-guessing everything I had done recently. Maybe the map was something symbolic, something I was supposed to find, or something I had already overlooked. As the days passed, I couldn't get the voice out of my head. I kept hoping that there would be some explanation for the call, some sign that it had been a mistake or that it was part of something bigger. But the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like I would never know who had called or why they had asked about the map. The mystery of the call, though small and fleeting, had taken root in my mind, and it was a reminder that sometimes the smallest, most cryptic encounters could leave the biggest impressions. Every time I picked up my phone after that, I wondered if I would receive another strange call, another question, or perhaps an answer to the one that still haunted me. Did you get the map? Story 8. I checked my freezer and found meals I hadn't prepared, all labeled with tomorrow's datey. At first I thought it was a mistake, that maybe I had prepared the meals without remembering or had somehow gotten confused, but as I pulled out each one, I could see that they were neatly packaged, labeled with clear dates and carefully organized, all marked with tomorrow's date. It felt completely odd to me, because I hadn't cooked anything recently, let alone prepared multiple meals in advance. The more I stared at them, the more I realized I was facing something I couldn't easily explain. These meals were a mystery. I pulled out one of the meals to examine it closer. The packaging was familiar, something I typically use for freezing food, but I couldn't recall ever using it in recent days. The meal itself seemed like something I might have made before, but it wasn't anything I remembered preparing in the past few weeks. The date on the label was tomorrow's, but I couldn't, for the life of me, remember going grocery shopping or setting aside time to prepare these meals. I felt a strange sense of unease growing inside me as I wondered how they had ended up in my freezer and why they had been prepared with tomorrow's date. I began to question my memory. Had I done this without realizing it? Maybe I had prepared the meals late at night when I was too tired to remember, or perhaps I had planned them for tomorrow and forgotten in the hustle and bustle of my daily routine. I thought back to the past few days. Had I even been home long enough to prepare meals? I couldn't remember doing any of it, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized that these meals weren't even the types of things I'd typically cook. There was something about them that didn't fit with the way I usually prepared food. The thought of someone else preparing them in my kitchen was unsettling, but the idea that I had done it myself without remembering didn't sit right either. As I pulled out more of the meals, I noticed that they all seemed to be perfectly portioned, as if they had been prepared with a specific plan in mind. Each meal was labeled with the exact same tomorrow's date, and they were all frozen to perfection. I began to feel like I was in the middle of a strange puzzle, trying to piece together what had happened. I couldn't understand how all these meals had ended up in my freezer, and I couldn't think of a single explanation that made sense. Was it possible that someone had been in my home without my knowledge, preparing these meals and labeling them for tomorrow? My first instinct was to check if anyone else had been in the house. I thought about my family, friends, or roommates, but no one had been around recently. The house had been quiet for days, with no visitors or guests. There was no sign that anyone else had entered the kitchen to cook meals. I felt even more confused. I had no memory of preparing these meals, but the evidence was right there in front of me. The date on each label seemed to mock me like it was a clue to something I couldn't remember. I checked the freezer again, almost hoping that there would be some sort of explanation hidden in plain sight. Perhaps I had missed something, a small detail that would help me piece this mystery together, but there was nothing. The meals all appeared the same, neatly organized and perfectly packaged, all labeled for tomorrow. I started wondering if I had somehow gotten so distracted with work or life that I had prepared all of them in a rush and completely forgotten. But that idea didn't make sense either. I would have remembered making so many meals, especially when they all seemed so deliberate. The situation began to feel more surreal. How could something like this happen? Could I have been sleepwalking and preparing meals while not fully conscious? I read somewhere that people can sometimes cook or do chores in their sleep, but it seemed highly unlikely. I had no recollection of doing so, and I certainly hadn't experienced any episodes of sleepwalking. The more I considered it, the more unnerving it became if I hadn't prepared the meals then. Who had and why were they labeled with tomorrow's date? I felt as if I was stuck in a bizarre scenario where the facts didn't add up. I thought about calling someone for advice, maybe a family member or a close friend, but I felt embarrassed. How could I explain this to someone else? It sounded too strange even to me. I didn't want to sound paranoid, but the idea that someone had been in my home without my knowledge and prepared these meals was hard to ignore. If I had somehow forgotten about doing it, that was even more concerning. Could my memory be playing tricks on me? I decided to wait until the next day, hoping that the passing of time would give me some clarity or insight into the situation. The whole thing felt like a puzzle, one that I couldn't solve, no matter how much I tried to think through the details. Maybe, just maybe, I would remember something in the morning that would explain everything. But as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't stop thinking about the meals in the freezer. The thought of them sitting there, neatly packaged and labeled with tomorrow's date, gnawed at me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. When the morning came, I checked the freezer again, half expecting the meals to be gone, but they were still there just as I had left them. I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. There was no way they could have disappeared overnight, but the idea that they had been there all along without my conscious knowledge still troubled me. I considered contacting a professional, perhaps a psychologist, to discuss whether memory lapses could cause something like this to happen. But deep down, I knew that the mystery of the meals wasn't something I could easily explain away. I decided to throw away the meals, partly because I was unsure of their origins and partly because I couldn't shake the feeling that they were connected to something I couldn't understand. As I removed them from the freezer, I couldn't help but wonder if they would ever stop haunting my thoughts, even though I had discarded them. The memory of finding those meals so neatly prepared and labeled for tomorrow would stay with me. I may never know who had prepared them or why they had been there, but the experience left me with a lingering sense of uncertainty. Story 9I. It was an ordinary morning when I heard the doorbell ring. I was still in my pajamas, sipping my coffee, trying to wake up fully. Before starting the day, I stood up to answer the door, wondering who could be stopping by so early. When I opened it, I was surprised to find a delivery driver standing on the porch holding a package. It was wrapped in plain brown paper with no label or identifying marks of any kind. He smiled at me, handed me the package and, without a word, turned around and walked away. I stood there for a moment staring at the package in my hands, unsure of what to do next. It seemed strange that there was no label, no return address and no tracking information to explain where it had come from or who it was for. I quickly looked around to see if there was anyone else nearby, maybe another delivery driver or someone from the neighborhood who could clarify the situation, but there was no one in sight. The man had already disappeared down the street, his smile lingering in my mind as he walked away. My first thought was that it must have been a mistake, a mix-up with the deliveries. Perhaps the driver had intended to leave the package at someone else's door, but I was the one who received it by accident. However, as I looked more closely at the package, I saw no signs of any mistake. It was neatly wrapped and it felt solid, as though there was something inside. The lack of a label made me uneasy. How could I accept a package with no idea who it was from or why it was delivered to my address? I decided to open the package cautiously, my curiosity grown by the second. As I carefully peeled back the paper, I half expected to find a note or some kind of explanation inside. Instead, I found a small, ordinary-looking item of book with a worn cover. It wasn't anything I recognized, and the title didn't ring a bell. I flipped it over, but there were no other markings, no publisher's name, and no clue as to who might have sent it. The book seemed like it belonged to someone, but the lack of any accompanying information left me with more questions than answers. I couldn't stop thinking about the delivery driver's strange behavior. The way he smiled at me as he handed me the package without saying a word felt almost eerie. It wasn't a warm, friendly smile, but rather one that seemed to carry some sort of hidden message or secret. I wondered if the whole situation had been a setup, some sort of strange prank, or if there was a deeper meaning behind the mysterious delivery. But there was no way to know for sure. The man had disappeared without a trace, leaving me with nothing but the book and an unsettling feeling that I couldn't shake off. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but I couldn't stop thinking about the package. I turned the book over and over in my hands, wondering if it was a clue or a sign of something. I thought about contacting the delivery service to inquire about the package, but I didn't even have a tracking number to provide. I had no information to give them, except for the odd encounter with the driver, which seemed impossible to explain. It was as if the delivery had never really happened, as if the man in the package had materialized out of nowhere. That evening I decided to do some research on the book. I searched the title online, hoping to find some hint of its origins, but nothing came up. The title was completely unique and there were no references to it anywhere. It only deepened the mystery. Was it a mistake, a forgotten delivery, or something more? The more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that the strange encounter was not just a coincidence. I kept wondering what the delivery driver's smile had meant and whether the package had been intended for me, or whether it was meant to be a puzzle, an enigma with no easy solution. Story 10. It had been a typical Saturday morning. I was sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee, flipping through a few recipes and thinking about what I needed to pick up at the store. I decided to make a big dinner later, something comforting and hearty, and I had mentally mapped out everything I needed to buy. I reached for the notepad where I usually jotted down my shopping list, but as I looked down at the paper, something was off. The handwriting wasn't mine. At first I thought I might be mistaken. Maybe I had written the list in a hurry and my handwriting had changed slightly. But no, as I read through the list more carefully, I realized that none of the letters or shapes matched the way I normally wrote. The list was neat and legible, far more polished than my usual scroll. Yet every item listed was exactly what I would normally buy: bananas, eggs, chicken breasts, bread. Everything I would usually get was there, as if someone had made a perfect copy of my shopping habits. A sense of unease crept up my spine as I stared at the list. How could this happen? I was certain I had written my list the night before, but this wasn't my handwriting. Could someone have entered my home while I was asleep? No, the front door had been locked and there was no sign of anyone having been here. Besides, why would they leave such a benign note? It didn't make any sense. I turned the list over, hoping to find some clue that might explain the situation, but there was nothing. No markings, no signatures, no hint of her. It might have written it. I ran my fingers over the smooth paper, trying to find any trace of a different pen or pressure. It all felt normal, as if the list had always been in front of me waiting to be checked off. I glanced around the room, my mind racing. It was possible. I thought that I had simply forgotten writing it. Maybe I had written it while distracted and didn't remember, but that didn't explain how I had forgotten the specific handwriting. I was still processing what I had just discovered when my phone buzzed on the table. It was a text from my sister asking if I was planning to make dinner that evening. Since she was thinking of coming over, I replied quickly, still distracted, and then glanced back at the shopping list. My mind began to spin with the possibilities. Could I have written the list absent-mindedly, while thinking about something else, or had someone else written it as if they knew exactly what I needed? It felt impossible. I couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that something was wrong. I decided to get to the bottom of it. I stood up, grabbed my keys and went to the store, the shopping list clutched in my hand. As I walked through the aisles picking up the items that were listed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of disconnection. Everything felt too normal, as though I was going through the motions, but I wasn't fully in control. I kept returning to the idea that someone had written the list for me, but why and who? By the time I got home, I had finished all my shopping and was starting to prepare the meal for later. The entire process felt like I was on autopilot, as if I was just going through motions. That didn't make sense. The handwriting, the list, everything. It felt out of place, but the items on the list were so perfectly chosen that it seemed impossible for it to be a mistake. There was no way someone could know what I typically bought unless they had been watching me for some time. The thought made me uneasy. Later, when my sister arrived, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. She was her usual cheerful self chatting as I cooked, but I couldn't focus on anything except the list. I tried to bring the conversation back to normal, asking how her week had been and if she had any plans for the weekend, but it was as if I was floating above my own life, disconnected from everything happening around me. The question kept gnawing at me: who had written the list and why? That evening, after my sister had left and I was cleaning up the kitchen, I decided to take another look at the list. I could not ignore it any longer. I took it in my hands once again, carefully scrutinizing each line. The handwriting, which had seemed so perfect earlier, now seemed unnervingly foreign to me. I wasn't sure how I had missed it before, but now it looked almost too neat, too perfect. My mind began to race once again. Could I have been sleepwalking? Was I losing my grip on reality? I decided to check my phone and see if I had written the list there. Maybe I had typed it out and forgotten. But when I opened the note app, I saw nothing. There were no recent notes or lists. I scrolled back through previous days just to be sure, but nothing stood out. I had no recent reminders or anything resembling the list that had been sitting on my kitchen table that morning. It was as though the list had appeared out of nowhere. I tried to dismiss it. It had to be a simple mistake. Maybe I had written it when I was distracted and forgotten about it. But as the night wore on, the unease lingered. I felt like I was being drawn into something I didn't fully understand, something I couldn't control. The handwriting, the perfectly chosen items, and the overwhelming sense that someone else had been involved. It was too much to ignore. I felt like I was on the edge of discovering something I wasn't prepared to face, something that had been happening in the background of my life without my knowledge. The next morning, I decided to make a conscious effort to be more aware of my surroundings. I didn't want to let this strange experience keep me up at night again. But as I started my day, a thought struck me. What if the list wasn't just a coincidence? What if it was a message, a clue, or some kind of warning? I had no idea who could have written it or what they wanted, but the thought of it kept creeping back into my mind. I knew one thing for certain: this wouldn't be the last time I saw something out of place. The shopping list, with its perfect handwriting and typical items, had opened a door I wasn't ready to walk through, and, no matter how hard I tried to forget about it, the feeling that something was wrong stayed with me, growing stronger with each passing day. I wasn't sure what was happening, but I knew that the list had been the first sign of something I couldn't explain and that I might not want to. Story 11. My old high school teacher sent me a postcard with my childhood address written on it. The moment I saw the envelope in my mailbox, I was flooded with a wave of nostalgia. It had been years since I last heard from Mr. Reynolds, my history teacher from high school. I hadn't thought about that old address in ages, my parents' house, the place where I spent my early years growing up. How did he even remember it? I carefully opened the envelope, and there it was, a simple postcard with a vintage image of the town's old town square. On the front, the handwriting, unmistakably his, filled the back. "I hope this finds you well," it read, thinking back to the good old days in our history class. "How time flies. Hope you're doing well, Mr. Reynolds." Reading his message, I was immediately transported back to those classrooms filled with discussions about ancient civilizations and long-forgotten wars. I could almost hear his voice, as if he were still standing at the front of the room, passionately explaining a lesson I barely understood at the time. But now the memories held a different weight, one of warmth and appreciation. Curiously, I wondered how Mr. Reynolds had managed to track down my childhood address. It wasn't listed anywhere public, and I certainly hadn't shared it with him in years. Was it possible that he had kept in touch with my parents, who still lived in that same house, or had he dug through old school records to find it? The thought made my mind race, trying to piece together how we managed to send such a personal message. As I held the postcard, I couldn't help but smile at the small but significant gesture. It reminded me of simpler times before the pressures of adulthood and the fast pace of life. Those classes with Mr. Reynolds had been full of learning and discovery, even when I had struggled to keep up. He had been patient, understanding, and always made history feel more like a story than a list of dates. The address itself was just an empty house. Now, my parents had moved away years ago, selling the place after downsizing, but receiving this postcard made it feel alive again, like a bridge to a past I sometimes forget exists. I wondered if Mr. Reynolds had intentionally chosen that address, knowing it was long gone, or if it had just been the last one he remembered. Days passed and the postcard remained on my desk, a quiet reminder of a thoughtful gesture from a teacher who had impacted my life. I thought about reaching out to him, thanking him for the kind note, but something stopped me. There was something intimate about the postcard, a moment frozen in time, untouched by modern communication. I like the idea of keeping it that way, a small piece of the past, untethered from my current life. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that his message held a deeper meaning. Why had he sent it after all these years? Was he thinking about his former students more often as he aged, or did something specific remind him of our shared history lessons? It was a mystery that lingered in the back of my mind, leaving me quietly reflective. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how rare it is to receive such a personal message in today's digital age. With emails, texts, and social media, communication has become swift and impersonal. But here was Mr. Reynolds reaching out with a handwritten postcard, old-fashioned and full of meaning. It made me appreciate the value of slowing down and taking the time to connect, even if it was through something as simple as a piece of paper and ink. Eventually, I put the postcard in a frame and placed it on my desk. It became a constant reminder of how connections, no matter how old or distant, can carry meaning. Long after the moment has passed, Mr. Reynolds had reached into my past and reminded me of the importance of remembering where we've come from, even when life carries us forward. In the end, his postcard became more than a piece of paper. It became a cherished part of my personal history, one that continues to resonate whenever I look at it. A simple yet powerful gesture that reminds me of the value of moments that remind us who we are. Story 12. The cafe was bustling, the usual hum of conversation and clinking of mugs filling the air. I had stepped in to grab my morning coffee before heading to work. The line moved quickly and soon enough it was my turn. The barista greeted me with a warm smile and took my order. As they prepared my drink, I noticed them reach for a marker and start writing something on the cup. Curiosity tugged at me as I watched them scrawl something on the side, just a few words, nothing more, in case you forget, it said, followed by a simple phone number. My brow furrowed slightly as I tried to make sense of it. Was it some sort of mistake? Did I know this barista, or had I mentioned something earlier that I had completely forgotten about? I took the cup from their hands, staring down at the words, "in case you forget." It felt oddly personal, yet entirely unfamiliar. The barista met my gaze with a calm, neutral expression, offering no explanation, no hint as to why they had written those words. I shifted my gaze between the phone number and them, trying to figure out what to say. There was something strange about the gesture, something that didn't sit entirely right. I'm not sure what this is for, I said, feeling awkward. Did I mention something? The baristas shook their heads slightly, a gentle smile still on their face. Nope, they replied, their voice soft, just in case I stared at them for a moment, searching for some hint, some sign of understanding, but there was nothing. They returned to their work, making drinks and chatting with other customers, as if this small exchange had been perfectly normal. I felt a strange mix of confusion and intrigue. Who would just write a phone number on someone's coffee cup like that, and why? It wasn't like I had forgotten something major or lost my phone. The message seemed oddly personal for someone I had never spoken to outside of ordering a coffee. Still, part of me was intrigued. I could have dismissed it entirely, thrown the cup away and moved on with my day, but something about the simplicity of the message stayed with me, a small, seemingly random act of kindness, or a momentary puzzle, depending on how I chose to view it. I tucked the cup into a sleeve in my bag and walked out of the cafe. My thoughts swirling throughout the morning, my mind kept returning to the note. It wasn't something I could easily shake off. I didn't know, The barista didn't recognize the number, and yet the message lingered. It was as though they had left a breadcrumb of some kind, a simple nudge that I couldn't quite understand. My phone vibrated in my pocket, interrupting my thoughts, but even then the strange message was still there in the back of my mind. By afternoon, curiosity had won out over my confusion. I pulled the cup out of my bag and dialed the number. The phone rang a few times before a voice on the other end answered. "Hello, hi," I said cautiously. "Is this phone number?" "Yes," the voice responded. There was a brief pause and then they asked, "Who's the this?" I got this phone number written on a coffee cup at cafe name earlier this morning. I explained. The barista left it for me, but I have no idea. "Why do you know anything about this?" The voice on the other end didn't sound surprised, only calm. "Oh, that was me. They said simply you." I repeated confused. "But why?" "I thought you might need it," they said softly, just in case. I paused, processing their words, just in case of what. There was a brief silence before they answered. "Just in case you forget." The simplicity of the answer made my mind race. It wasn't the answer I was expecting, but it fit perfectly with the message on the cup. "Forget what?" I asked. Again, trying to understand. Another pause followed. "Sometimes we all need a reminder," they said quietly. "Something small, something simple that keeps us grounded." Their voice was calm, almost soothing. Yet there was an underlying weight to their words, a sense of purpose behind the message. I didn't quite understand it, but it felt personal in a way I couldn't explain. "Well," I said, "finally, I guess I'll hold on to it, just in case." "Exactly," they replied. The call ended shortly after, leaving me with more questions than answers. Who was this person? Why had they left the number, and why did it feel like more than just a random act? I sat there with the cup in my hand, thinking about the conversation and the strange little gesture. It had been unexpected, a small moment in the grand scheme of things, but it had left a mark. That evening I reflected on the note once more. In case you forget, it wasn't about forgetting a specific event or detail. It was about being reminded of something greater. Sometimes we forget to be present, to hold on to the small moments that keep us connected to the world. That's what the barista's message had been, not just a phone number but a reminder that even the simplest acts can carry a deeper meaning. And as I set the cup aside, I realized that sometimes the smallest gestures are the ones that matter most. Story 13. It was a quiet evening and I was walking home after a long day. The street lights lined the road, casting a faint glow onto the pavement, creating shadows that stretched along the sidewalk. The cool air was refreshing and the rhythmic tapping of my shoes against the concrete echoed softly in the stillness. As I continued down the street, I noticed that the street lights near my house began flickering, first dimming slightly, then flickering back to full brightness, only to repeat the same pattern a few moments later. At first I didn't think much of it. Perhaps the electrical current was unstable, or maybe the lights were just malfunctioning. But as I walked further, more streetlights began following the same pattern. The ones farther down the street flickered just as erratically as the ones near my house. It wasn't a rapid, consistent flicker. It was sporadic, like the lights couldn't decide whether to stay on or off. I paused for a moment, looking down the road. The sight was strange, almost eerie. The streetlights casting brief, disjointed flashes made the otherwise peaceful walk unsettling. It felt as though something was off about the entire atmosphere. I tried to rationalize it, assuming there must be some technical issue, but the flickering lights created a disorienting sense of unease. The sound of cars passing by in the distance seemed muted, as though the world was being momentarily silenced. Whenever a light went out, I wondered if anyone else had noticed the strange behavior. Turning back wasn't an option. I still had a little way to go before I reached home. The flickering continued, erratic, as though the electricity itself was struggling to maintain a stable flow. As I reached the next block, more streetlights began to join in the flickering dance. It was as if the darkness between the flashes stretched for longer. With each passing moment, my heart quickened slightly. It wasn't fear exactly, but a sense of discomfort began to settle in. The world around me felt disconnected, artificial, like I was walking through a glitchy version of reality. When I finally reached my house, The flickering persisted even at the end of the block. I paused on my front porch looking down the street. One last time the lights continued to flicker intermittently, casting brief shadows that danced across the pavement. The quiet home of the neighborhood seemed distorted, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, something just beyond explanation. As I opened my door and stepped inside, I took a deep breath, letting the silence of my home wash over me. The flickering lights were a distant memory now, but the unease lingered, even with the comforting hum of the refrigerator and the dim glow of a lamp beside me. I couldn't fully shake the sense that something unnatural had just occurred. Story 14. The phone rang unexpectedly, interrupting the quiet of my afternoon. I looked at the screen, seeing the number I didn't recognize. Hello. I answered, curious about who it could be. On the other end, a pleasant voice greeted me. Hi, this is Mr. Thompson from XS Really. The agent said smoothly, I'm calling to confirm your move and date for the property at 123 Elm Street. I paused for a moment trying to process what I had just heard. I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson. I replied, my tone laced with confusion, but I haven't applied for that property. There was a brief silence on the other end before he responded. His voice maintaining its professional tone. Are you sure you were listed as the primary applicant? I shook my head, still trying to wrap my mind around the situation. I haven't submitted any applications for that property. I haven't even looked at that address recently. I explained, feeling more perplexed with each word. Could there have been some sort of mistake? The agent's voice remained calm. I understand. Let me look into this for you, he said, typing quiet L in the background. After a few moments he came back with an update. It appears there was a mix-up in our system. You weren't the only one we contacted about this property. It seems another individual with similar information was mistakenly linked to your application. I let out of breath. I hadn't realized I was holding. That makes more sense, I said, relieved, but still a little unsettled. I appreciate you checking into it. Mr. Thompson apologized for the confusion, explaining that they would look into it further and ensure the error was corrected. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something unusual had happened. How had my information been linked to a rental property I hadn't applied for? It was a strange occurrence that left me questioning how secure personal details really were. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Thompson said as we concluded the call. We'll notify you as soon as the issue is resolved. I sat quietly for a moment after hanging up, replaying the conversation in my head. While the situation had been clarified, it left a lingering sense of unease. Mistakes and systems happened, but this felt different, more personal. How had my data been connected to someone else's rental application? I decided to look into my own accounts and records, making sure there were no anomalies or unauthorized changes. For now, the mystery had been resolved, but the experience had planted a seed of doubt. What else might be connected in unexpected ways? Story 15. It was a chilly evening when I decided to head to the gym after a long day at work. The gym was fairly quiet, with only a few people scattered around. I stepped onto my usual treadmill, hit the power button and began my warm-up. Everything seemed normal, music playing softly in my ears, the steady hum of the treadmill beneath me. But then something odd caught my attention. On the display screen there was a workout log that wasn't mine. It showed details I didn't recognize, different durations, speeds, and exercises. My name wasn't listed anywhere, and yet here it was on the treadmill I had been using. At first I thought it must be a mistake. Maybe the treadmill had somehow reset itself or sensed with another account. But as I looked closer, I realized the log was populated with information that clearly wasn't mine. The distances were longer, the speeds higher, and the exercises varied from what I usually did during my workouts. It was as if someone else had been using the treadmill before me and their information had carried over onto my screen. Confused, I tried navigating through the treadmill settings, hoping to clear the log or figure out how to remove the data. However, every attempt to reset or delete it led me nowhere. The workout log remained stubbornly displayed, refusing to change. I glanced around the gym wondering if anyone else had noticed, but most people were engrossed in their own routines. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. How had this happened, and why was there someone else's workout data showing up on a Treadle? I was, using my mind, raced with possibilities. Could the gym system have been hacked, causing records to be swapped or mistakenly linked? That thought unsettled me. The idea that personal workout information could be accessed by someone else felt intrusive and invasive. I considered speaking to a gym staff member, but I wasn't sure if they would even believe me without concrete evidence. Besides, the workout was already underway and I didn't want to disrupt my exercise session too much. As I continued to run, I couldn't focus on my usual pace. The data on the screen kept pulling my attention, reminding me of how alien it felt. I wondered if the person who had used the treadmill before me had somehow accidentally left their information behind. Maybe they had stopped the treadmill mid-workout and it failed to clear the session properly. Still, that didn't explain how the data had sired onto my device so smoothly. After a while, I decided to try a different treadmill, thinking that switching machines would solve the problem. But when I switched, the same issue arose. The new treadmill displayed the same unfamiliar workout log. Frustrated, I stopped running and leaned forward studying the display. Once again, it was becoming clear that the system was somehow malfunctioning, pulling data from past sessions and linking them to whatever treadmill was in use. By the time I left the gym that evening, the discomfort lingered. The thought that my personal workout history might be shared or accidentally accessed was unsettling. I made a mental note to bring it up with the gym staff, and the following day I did exactly that. I explained the situation to the manager, who listened carefully and promised to investigate the issue. A few days later, I received a call from the manager informing me that the problem had been resolved. It turned out that there had been a temporary glitch in the gym's treadmill software which caused workout logs to display incorrectly. They assured me that no personal data had been compromised and that they had updated the system to prevent a recurrence. While I appreciated the explanation, I couldn't help but feel a little unsettled by the whole experience. It wasn't just the fact that someone else's workout had appeared on my tread, while it was the possibility that personal data could be mishandled, even for a short period. Since that day, I've been more conscious about how I interact with gym equipment. The incident left me more aware of how easily technology can malfunction, especially in spaces where privacy matters. Though the glitch was resolved, the memory of seeing someone else's workout data on my treadmill remains with me. It's a reminder that, in our increasingly connected world, safeguarding personal information is more important than ever. Story 16. It was a peaceful afternoon when I first noticed something strange. I had been working at my desk near the window, staring out at the quiet street below my houseplant. A small lush fern sat on the windowsill, basking in the afternoon sunlight. I had arranged it there myself a few weeks ago, carefully placing it where it could soak up the light. The windowsill had become its home, a familiar spot where it thrived. That's why it felt unusual. When I walked back into the room later and saw the fern sitting on a different windowsill, my heart skipped a beat. I knew for certain that I hadn't moved it. I live alone and no one else had access to my apartment. I always keep things in their place, and the idea that my house plan had been shifted was unsettling. There was no rational explanation for how it could have ended up in a different spot. I walked closer, examining the plant carefully. It looked the same, healthy and green, but its position was completely different from where I had left it. I could picture exactly where it had been earlier, on the far left side of the main window, soaking in the sunlight, but now it was on the opposite end of the room, a good 3 feet away from where it had been. There was no sign of disturbance or clutter nearby, just the smooth, untouched surfaces of my apartment. The windowsill it rested on now faced a different direction, catching only partial sunlight, not the full warm exposure it had enjoyed before. Puzzled, I sat down on the couch staring at the plant for a while. How could it have moved? I replayed the morning in my head, trying to recall if I had unconsciously shifted it while tidying up or adjusting the room, but I was certain I hadn't. My routine had been the same, with no unusual distractions or moments of absent-mindedness. The thought that someone else could have entered my home was even more unsettling. The doors had been locked and the windows were all shut tight. There simply was no way anyone had entered without my knowledge. Frustration began to creep in, mingled with a sense of unease. I felt like I was losing control of something, something as simple as the placement of a plant. Yet it felt significant. My mind raced through possibilities. Could I have forgotten moving it during some sort of half-conscious state, or was there something more mysterious at play? The whole situation defied logic, but the evidence was clear. My plant was not where I left it. The more I thought about it, the stranger it became. It wasn't just a matter of physical movement. It felt almost deliberate, like someone had carefully repositioned it, making sure it was shifted to a different spot, but without leaving a trace. It wasn't as though the plant had been knocked over or moved haphazardly. It was placed precisely on the new windowsill, as if whoever had moved it had taken their time. I spent the next few hours going through the motions of my day, yet the feeling of unease lingered. Even the most mundane tasks felt strange, clouded by the mystery of how my plant had ended up somewhere else. As night fell, I found myself standing in the room staring at the fern in its new spot. It didn't seem to care that it had been moved, still vibrant and green, thriving as if nothing had happened. But to me it felt different, like a piece of my home had been shifted without my consent. That night I could sleep. The thought of someone or something being in my space without me knowing was too unsettling. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant sound from the street felt amplified. The boundaries of my solitude felt broken, and no matter how much I tried to rationalize the situation, I couldn't shake the feeling of a presence, even if it was just the smallest, most subtle. 1 day passed, but the mystery of the houseplant remained unresolved. I didn't move it back to its original spot, unsure if that would even make a difference. The sense of unease didn't fade, and every time I entered the room, my eyes would immediately search for the fern, instinctively looking to see if it had been moved again. Nothing had changed, yet the question of how it had been shifted still hung in the air unanswered. Eventually I came to accept that I might never know the truth, whether it had been some strange lapse in memory or something more inexplicable. The reality was that my houseplant had been moved, and I couldn't explain how or why the experience became part of the quiet mysteries of living alone, a small, inexplicable moment that I chose to leave, as is allowing the unease to quietly coexist with the rest of my life. Story 17. The phone buzzed beside me as I was finishing dinner. It was a number I didn't recognize, but curiosity got the better of me, so I answered. The voice on the other end was calm, almost too calm, as they asked a question that left me perplexed. "Have you returned the rental car?" The voice asked, a hint of urgency in their tone. I paused, staring at the phone for a moment. A rental car? I had never rented a car in my life, and the question caught me off guard. "I've never rented a car," I replied, trying to sound as certain as possible. The line went silent for a few seconds before they hung up abruptly. I sat there, bewildered, holding the phone in my hand. Who could be asking about a rental car I never had? It wasn't a common occurrence for me to get such random calls, especially about something so specific. My mind raced through possibilities. Could it have been a mistake, a wrong number? Yet the question had seemed too deliberate, almost as if they were expecting an answer that matched their assumption. Curiosity turned into unease. I tried to think back to the past few days if anything might have triggered such a call. Nothing came to mind. I didn't recall discussing a rental car with anyone, and none of my friends or family had mentioned such a thing. Still, the question lingered as though it had been deliberately placed in my path. For a reason I couldn't fathom, I opened my laptop and searched the number online, hoping to find some clue. The search yielded nothing. The number had been used once or twice before, but there were no substantial details to tie it to a specific company or person. The mystery deepened, and I was left with more questions than answers. The next day, the same number called again. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized it. Immediately, I let the call go to voicemail, this time not wanting to answer without knowing more. After the beat, a familiar voice repeated the question. "Have you returned the rental car?" It asked, but this time with more urgency. The message ended, leaving behind a cold silence. I listened to it a few more times, trying to make sense of the words, but there was no new insight to be gained. I decided to reach out to my local police department, sharing the situation. They suggested that it could be a mistake, perhaps a scam, targeting random individuals. Still, they urged caution, advising me to document everything and to keep my doors locked in case things escalated. As the days went by, the calls continued. Each one left a trace of unease, a reminder that someone out there was convinced I had something to do with a rental car. I began to question whether this was a case of mistake in identity or if there was something more intentional about the harassment. The consistency of the questions made it feel personal, as if someone was digging for answers, trying to uncover something that didn't exist one evening. Unable to take the uncertainty any longer, I called the number back. It rang several times before going to voicemail. A computerized message informed me that the number was no longer in service. The lack of an answer only fueled my frustration. What had been going on? The mystery of the rental car call continued to haunt me each time my phone rang. I couldn't help but wonder if it would be the same voice asking the same question. I stopped answering calls from numbers I didn't recognize, but it didn't seem to make a difference. The calls came through, no matter what relentless, in their pursuit of something I couldn't explain. Months passed and the frequency of the calls began to lessen. Still, I was left with an uncomfortable feeling that I couldn't shake. The unanswered questions hung in the air, a constant reminder of an odd experience that defied explanation. Story 18. The sound of typing came from my laptop at night, even though it was closed. At first I thought it must be some background noise like a fan or a glitch, but the more I listened, the clearer the tapping became. It wasn't random. It was deliberate typing, as if someone were typing a document or a message. I sat up in bed staring at the closed laptop on my desk, unable to comprehend how this could be happening. The room was dark, silent, except for the faint, steady tapping that seemed to be coming directly from the device. I got out of bed quietly and approached the desk. The laptop sat there closed, seemingly dormant. I pressed the spacebar, hoping to wake it up and see if there was any sign of what had been typed, but nothing happened. The screen remained black and yet the sound of typing continued. It was as if the laptop had developed a mind of its own, as if it were working independently, even though it was supposedly shut down. My pulse quickened as I tried to rationalize what could be causing it. I picked up the laptop and opened it slowly. The screen remained blank. No login page, no running programs, just a dark, lifeless screen. Yet the typing sound persisted, clicking away in the background. I tried reconnecting the laptop to power, thinking perhaps it had powered up slightly on its own, but the results were the same. There was no indication of activity on the screen, yet the tapping continued. It was unsettling, as if there were some invisible force controlling it. Feeling uneasy, I began searching online for an information about laptops or computers making sounds like this while closed. Most results suggested hardware issues or background processes, but nothing explained the persistent typing. I tried disabling Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, hoping that the external connections might be causing the sound, but the typing continued uninterrupted. It was as if the laptop was typing for the sake of typing. Disconnected from everything else, I placed my ear close to the laptop trying to determine if the sound was coming from somewhere internal, but it sounded just as though the keys were being pressed, each click distinct and measured. There was no indication that the laptop was overheating or malfunctioning. It appeared completely inactive, yet the typing persisted. It felt almost ghostly, as if a phantom had taken control of my device. As the typing continued, I wondered if someone had remotely accessed my laptop. Maybe a hacker was behind it controlling the machine from afar, but I couldn't find any evidence of an external connection. I ran multiple antivirus scans and security checks, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The typing remained a mystery, an ongoing stream of keystrokes that seemed disconnected from any logical explanation. After a while, the sound began to taper off slowly until it finally stopped completely. The laptop sat in silence again, with no hint of its earlier activity. I stared at it for a few moments, feeling a mix of relief and unease. What had just happened? Was it a technical glitch or something more unsettling? I shut the laptop entirely, unplugging it just to be safe, and put it back on my desk, locking it away from view. The entire episode left me feeling disoriented and uneasy. The next morning I checked the laptop again, expecting to see some kind of clue that there was nothing out of place. No files had been created, no strange messages sent, just an empty device, exactly as I had left it. The typing it stopped, but the memory of it lingered. I wondered if it would ever happen again or if it was a one-time occurrence, something that couldn't be explained away to this day. The sound of typing at night, even though the laptop was closed, remains one of the strangest experiences I've ever had. Every time I use that laptop, now a part of me expects to hear it again. An eerie reminder of how technology can sometimes act in mysterious, unexpected ways. Story 19. It was just another ordinary day in my small apartment. Nothing out of the ordinary. At least that's what I thought. I returned home after work, the usual hum of the city fading behind me. As I stepped into the quiet of my apartment, I dropped my keys on the counter and started preparing dinner, lost in thought about the day's events. As I moved through my evening routine, I noticed something odd on the floor, near the door and envelope. It wasn't there earlier when I left, and there was no sound of anyone entering. While I was out, curiosity piqued. I picked it up. Inside was a single sheet of paper neatly folded. My name was written on the front in my landlord's familiar handwriting. Folding back the paper, I read the message, "Enjoyed your late-night visitor." I froze mid-motion, the words sinking in slowly. Late-night visitor. What did they mean by that? My mind raced through possibilities. Had someone come into my apartment while I was asleep? It seemed unlikely, but the note was unsettling. I quickly scanned the room, checking for anything out of place, but everything appeared normal. There were no signs of a break-in, and my belongings were exactly where I had left them. I set the note down and took a deep breath, trying to make sense of it. There was no way my landlord could have known about something like that unless someone had reported something to them or unless it had been seen. Somehow, the thought made me uneasy. The idea that someone had been in my space uninvited was unnerving. I reached out to a few friends asking if they had been in my apartment the night before. None of them had, and they seemed just as confused as I was. They joked about a ghost visitor, but the humor did little to ease my anxiety. I went through the day replaying the events in my mind, trying to think of any possible explanation. That evening I sat in my apartment. The note sitting on the counter. I felt unsettled, unable to shake the feeling that someone had been there. The more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that this wasn't just a coincidence. How could my landlord know something like that without any evidence? Could the building have surveillance cameras? I didn't know about the possibility unsettled me even more. The next morning I decided to speak with my landlord directly. When I brought up the note, they seemed calm but vague. They explained that it was just a harmless comment, a way to spark conversation, but the nonchalant did little to comfort me. Their response felt rehearsed, as though they were brushing off something far more serious. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, whether it was an oversight on their part or something more deliberate. The note had left me on edge. It was a reminder that my space wasn't as private as I once believed, and that unsettling realization hung over me as I continued with my day. Story 20. It was a quiet evening, the kind where the sun dips below the horizon and leaves the neighborhood bathed in soft, warm light. I had been sitting on my porch enjoying the peacefulness. When my neighbor walked up to me with a smile, she held a small covered dish in her hands. "I made dinner for you," she said, gently. "It's your favorite, isn't it?" I was caught off guard for a moment. I couldn't recall mentioning my favorite meal to her, yet somehow she knew exactly what it was. My mind raced with questions. Had we talked about it before? Did I casually mention it during a brief conversation? But no, I couldn't recall ever sharing that information. The dish she held looked homemade, a warm casserole with steam rising gently from the top, its comforting aroma filling the air. "Thank you," I said, accepting the dish with a slight smile. "That's really kind of you. How did you know?" Her expression didn't change much, but there was a hint of something behind her eyes, a knowing look, almost like she had been expecting my question. "Neighbors talk," she said softly. "Sometimes little things get passed along." I gave a nod, trying to brush off the odd feeling that was settling in my chest. Maybe I had mentioned it without realizing it, or perhaps someone else had. Either way, it was a small kindness and I didn't want to orink it. We exchanged a few more pleasantries before she wished me a good night and headed back to her house. As I carried the dish inside, I couldn't shake the strange sense of familiarity. The meal wasn't just my favorite. It was exactly how I liked it. The right amount of seasoning, the perfect balance of flavors, and even the way it was served felt tailored to my preferences. It was comforting, yet unsettling. At the same time, I wondered how my neighbor had managed to get it so perfect, with no hints from me. Sitting down at the table, I poked at the meal with my fork, trying to process the situation. It felt as though something wasn't quite right. The thought that someone had been watching me, or at least paying close attention to my likes and habits, began to gnaw my thoughts. Could it have been a coincidence, or was there more to it? I took a bite and for a moment, the flavors transported me to a place of calm. But that calm was short-lived. Every bite became a reminder of how little I knew about the interactions that had led up to this moment. Who else might know these small details about me? I couldn't help but feel like I was being subtly observed, almost like a piece of my life had been laid bare without my consent. After dinner, I cleaned the dish and set it back outside, wondering if I should bring it back to my neighbor. But by the time I opened the door, she was already inside her house, curtains drawn as though the interaction had been perfectly timed. I hesitated for a moment, looking at the empty dish, my thoughts swirling. There was a lingering sense of trust being stretched thin, an invisible line blurred between neighborly kindness and something more personal, something intrusive. The next day I found myself looking around the neighborhood, paying closer attention to the small details. I wondered if my neighbor had left other subtle signs of knowing me. Had there been other small gestures or actions that I hadn't noticed? The more I thought about it, the more questions filled my mind. It wasn't just a meal. It was the precision, the way it seemed so tailored to my tastes. It was as if she had been studying me from afar, gathering information without me realizing it. The incident continued to gnaw my thoughts, and for the rest of the week I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every interaction, every conversation felt slightly more deliberate. Even the simplest of moments seemed loaded with subtle implications. One evening, while watering my garden, I glanced over at my neighbor's house. Her window was slightly ajar and I could see her silhouette moving inside. It wasn't an odd sight, but tonight it felt different. The sense of privacy that I once took for granted now felt compromised. Was I simply paranoid, or was there something more to her actions? Days passed and, though I never spoke of it aloud, the Yunas lingered. The meal was a simple act of kindness, but the deeper implications couldn't be ignored. I wondered if my neighbor knew things about me that I hadn't consciously shared, if she had pieced together a narrative about who I was based on subtle observations. One evening I decided to confront her. I knocked on her door, hesitant yet determined. When she answered, there was a calm, inviting smile on her face. "I thought it was time you came by," she said smoothly. Her words were simple, but the way she said them left no doubt that she had been expecting me. "I wanted to ask you something." I began, my voice steady though my heart raced. "How did you know about the meal, about my favorite?" She paused for a moment, the smile softening slightly, but her gaze never wavered. "Neighbors noticed things," she said again. "You'd be surprised what comes up in conversation." The answer wasn't exactly satisfying, but it was all I could get. I left her house feeling both hurt and unsettled, my mind still spinning with unanswered questions. I wondered if I would ever fully understand how much my neighbor truly knew, or how much of my life had already been revealed in small, seemingly harmless gestures. Story 21. I found my car parked in a different spot than where I left it, with the driver's seat readjusted. The first thing that struck me was the unfamiliar angle of the seat. I always leave it set to a specific position, just the right distance from the pedals and tilted slightly back for comfort, but this time it was pushed back further, almost as if someone else had been driving. My heart skipped a beat as I stood there staring at the car, trying to make sense of what had happened. The parking lot was nearly empty, save for a few other vehicles scattered around. I distinctly remembered where I had parked close to the corner near the far end of the lot. Now my car sat in a different spot, closer to the building. It wasn't just a position that was unsettling, it was the fact that the seat had been adjusted. Who could have done this? Why panic started to creep in? As I opened the door and checked the interior, nothing seemed missing, no personal belongings out of place, but the fact that someone had been in my car at all was enough to unsettle me. I quickly scanned the area around me, hoping to find some sort of clue, but the parking lot remained eerily quiet. There were no security cameras facing this corner, and the lack of witnesses made the situation feel even more isolated. As I stood there, I retraced my steps had I left the doors unlocked. I always make sure to lock my car, especially in a public place like this, but the thought gnawed at me. What, if I had forgotten, could someone have gained access without my knowledge? The idea was horrifying, and it made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't felt before. Frustration quickly set in. How could this happen without my knowledge? Was it someone I knew or a random act? The possibilities raced through my mind. I thought about reporting it to the authorities, but with no clear evidence of theft or tampering. I wasn't sure it would lead anywhere. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being violated in a space I thought was secure. I decided to drive home, keeping a close eye on my surroundings as I left the parking lot. The unease didn't subside the entire way home. Each red light felt like an opportunity for something else to happen. By the time I arrived, I parked the car in the garage and double-checked everything: doors, windows, and locks, making sure they were all secure. Even then, the feeling lingered. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about the incident. The idea of someone touching my car, of being so close to my personal space without my consent, left me feeling unsettled. I made sure to park in well-lit, busy areas. Wherever I went, the thought of leaving the car unattended in a secluded spot became intolerable. That wasn't the end of it, though. Small things started to feel off, minor changes in my daily routine that I couldn't quite explain. I double-checked the locks on the doors at home more often, and I found myself glancing out the windows more frequently. It was as if the breach in my car had somehow set off a ripple effect, making me more cautious about everything. A few days later, I drove back to the parking lot to see if anything else had changed. The SP spot where my car had been parked was now empty. No new footprints, no obvious signs of struggle, just an empty space where my car had once been. It left me with more questions than answers. Was it a one-time incident, or was someone watching my movements? The uncertainty was exhausting. That evening I reported the incident to my insurance company, and they advised me to file a police report. I hesitated, unsure if it would lead anywhere, but the unease wouldn't go away. I wanted someone to acknowledge that what happened wasn't normal, wasn't something I should simply brush off. After that day, I became hyper-vigilant every time I parked. Every time I left the house, I double-checked locks, doors and windows. My car stayed parked in the garage most of the time, where I felt safer. The incident had left a mark, an unsettling reminder that even the most mundane spaces could be breached over time. The feeling dulled, though it never entirely disappeared. I still lock my doors more carefully, and I'm more aware of my surroundings, especially when I'm out alone. That experience taught me a lesson. I hadn't expected that security isn't just about locks and alarms. It's about trust, and once it's broken, it takes time to rebuild. Story 22. The morning air was crisp as I walked into my favorite coffee shop, the familiar scent of roasted beans greeting me. It had been a while since my last visit. Life had been busy and my routine had shifted. I approached the counter ready to place my usual order, but the barista surprised me with a warm smile. "Your usual?" they asked, reaching for the cup before I could respond. They continued, "Oh, and this one's on the house. You forgot your wallet last time." I froze. My wallet? That couldn't be right. I had been here in weeks, and I was sure I hadn't left anything behind. I glanced around the shop searching for any familiar face, but everyone seemed busy with their own morning routines. "Wait, what do you mean? I haven't been here in weeks," I said, trying to piece together the situation. The barista gave a small laugh, shaking their head. Gently, "You left your wallet here a while back. He didn't realize it until after you left, thought you might need a little help." This morning, my mom's mind was racing. A forgotten wallet weeks ago. How had I managed to miss that? I checked my pockets again just to be sure, but my wallet wasn't there now either. It was a strange, surreal moment, like stepping into an alternate timeline where my actions had led to something I couldn't recall. I don't even remember that I admitted, but thank you. The barista simply nodded, handing over my coffee with a knowing smile. No problem, just thought you might appreciate a little gesture. I took a sip, the warmth spreading through me, but the confusion lingered. How had I forgotten something so important? And how did the barista remember something I couldn't? As I sat down with my coffee, I began retracing my steps. The weeks leading up to today had been a blur of meetings, deadlines, and fleeting moments. It was entirely possible that I had left my wallet behind without noticing, but the thought of it felt odd, something small like that slipping through the cracks of memory throughout the day. The strange encounter kept resurfacing. I found myself wondering how often little things like that happened, moments we might overlook or forget, only for them to surface again unexpectedly. It was a humbling reminder that even the smallest details could leave lasting impressions, even when we're not aware of them. That evening, as I sat at home, I took out my wallet and double-checked it carefully. Everything was intact, no lost cards, no misplaced cash. Yet the feeling remained a quiet sense of gratitude for the unexpected kindness of the coffee shop. In a way, it wasn't just about the free drink. It was about the reassurance that, even in moments of forgetfulness, someone else might remember for you, and sometimes all it takes is a simple gesture to bring clarity to the chaos. Story 23. One chilly afternoon, as I made my way toward the office building, the streets were filled with the usual buzz of the city. Leaves were scattered across the sidewalks, crunching softly beneath the heels of my boots. The tall glass-fronted building loomed ahead, its sleek exterior, a stark contrast to the warmth of home. I was preoccupied with thoughts of the workday ahead. When I reached the entrance and pulled open the glass door for a moment, I held it, anticipating someone behind me to thank me as they passed through, and instead a stranger approached and slipped past me, their voice breaking the silence. "Thanks for holding the door," they said with a bright smile. I paused for a moment, my brow furrowed in confusion. "Actually, I didn't hold the door for you," I replied gently, shaking my head. Their smile faltered and a flicker of embarrassment crossed their face. "Oh, I thought you did," they said. Brushing the misunderstanding aside with an awkward chuckle, they continued into the building, leaving me standing in the doorway with an uneasy feeling. I watched them walk away, their steps measured and confident, as if nothing had happened. The interaction stayed with me as I made my way to my office. Every step I took, every sound around me, a colleague's distant laughter, the hum of computers felt more distant than usual. Normally I wouldn't give such a fleeting moment much thought, but there was something unsettling about how easily one could mistake a simple gesture, inserting themselves into a space that wasn't theirs to claim. It wasn't just the confusion or the mistaken thanks. It was the ease with which they presumed a right to acknowledge something they hadn't earned. Throughout the afternoon I found my mind wandering back to the encounter. It wasn't just about the door. It was about boundaries, the simple social norms we've built around interactions, the unspoken rules that dictate our personal space were suddenly blurred. What if this wasn't an isolated incident? What if it was a pattern? Thoughts like these began to creep in uninvited. By the time the workday ended, the building had grown quiet. The hum of the afternoon gave way to the stillness of evening. My colleagues were gone and the only sound was the faint echo of my footsteps. As I left, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, that a line had been crossed, whether intentionally or not. The stranger's smile had been warm, but it felt forced, artificial, even like a facade. That didn't quite match the underlying confusion. The following morning I approached the office with more caution. As I walked through the lobby, my mind kept replaying the incident. I couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter wasn't random. There was something calculated about it, a subtle attempt to blur the lines between personal space and intrusion. I found myself observing interactions more carefully, watching how people moved through shared spaces, how they navigated social norms throughout the day. Small moments popped into my mind, conversations with colleagues, hurried interactions at the coffee machine. Each interaction felt scrutinized. Every smile or nod weighed against the stranger's misplaced thanks. It wasn't just a harmless mistake. It was the way people sometimes tread lightly on the boundaries we set for ourselves. I couldn't help but wonder if this was a reflection of a larger shift and how society viewed personal space and boundaries. By evening, the tension that had been building all day started to ease. The office emptied out once again, leaving only the quiet hum of electronic devices and the occasional sound of someone locking up. I took a deep breath, letting the weight of the day lift slightly, yet the unease remained. That night I reflected on what had happened more deeply. It wasn't just the strangers' misunderstanding. It was the way they crossed into a space where they felt entitled to something they hadn't earned. Trust, after all, is a fragile thing. It's built slowly, through respect, understanding, and a mutual sense of boundaries. In that moment, the stranger's actions threatened to erode that trust, even if unintentionally. The next morning I walked into the office with a heightened awareness of the space around me. Every person, every interaction felt like a potential boundary that could be crossed. The building felt different now, less open, less predictable. I found myself more cautious, more deliberate in how I interacted with those around me. Trust was no longer something I gave freely. It had to be earned, guarded carefully. As the days went by, the memory of that encounter began to fade into the background. Yet the lessons it taught stayed with me. Boundaries are essential not just for personal comfort, but for the stability of our social interactions. Small moments like the one I experienced are a reminder that navigating the complexities of human connection requires more than just good intentions. It requires vigilance, respect, and a clear understanding of the spaces we share with others. Story 24. It was late at night and I lay in bed scrolling through my phone absent-mindedly. The room was quiet and the only sound was the faint hum of the air conditioner. As I flipped through apps, I stumbled upon a full folder labeled voice memos. Curious, I tapped on it, thinking there might be something I'd recorded recently, perhaps by accident. What I heard next made my heart stop. For a moment, a voice, clear and distinct, started playing a conversation I didn't recognize. The words were familiar in the sense that I could understand them, but the context was completely alien to me. It was as though I was listening to a conversation between two strangers. Yet there was something unsettling about how personal it felt. The dialogue flowed naturally, almost as though I had been a part of it, but I had no recollection of ever having this discussion. I paused the recording, my mind racing. Who had I been talking to, and when had this conversation taken place? The voice was unfamiliar, yet the tone was intimate, as though I had been deeply engaged in the discussion. I replayed the voice memo several times, but no matter how hard I tried to recall, the conversation remained complete mystery. The more I listened, the more I became aware of small details, things that were spoken, expressions used, and even emotions conveyed. It was almost as if I was watching a scene from my life that had been blocked from my memory. I wondered if I had recorded this by accident, maybe while half asleep or during a moment of distraction, but nothing explained why I wouldn't remember it. Afterward, I sat up in bed, staring at the screen, trying to piece together some kind of explanation. Had someone else accessed my phone? Had I been hacked? The idea of a voice memo surfacing from a conversation I had no memory of sent to chill down my spine. How did this happen? I decided to check my other recordings, hoping to find something, anything that might offer some context. There were a few other voice memos, but they were mundane, random notes or reminders I had made for myself throughout the day. None of them were even remotely similar to the conversation I had just heard. A sense of unease began to settle over me. The mystery deepened. Was this a glitch, an error, or something more sinister? The voice sounded so real, the words so genuine that it felt impossible to dismiss it as a simple mistake. I thought back to my day, trying to recall any unusual events or moments where I might have been vulnerable to something like this. There were none. My phone had been with me the entire time and there had been no suspicious activities. As the night wore on, I kept listening to the voice memo, trying to decipher the meaning behind it. It felt like an intrusion, a piece of myself that had been taken and replayed without my consent. I began to wonder if I had experienced something I had completely blocked out. Some conversation or moment I couldn't consciously recall, but that idea only made the situation more unsettling. Eventually, I saved the voice memo in a separate folder, unsure of what to do next. Should I confront whoever might be behind this? Should I delete it entirely, pretending it never happened, or was this something I needed to investigate further? The next morning, I woke up with a voice still echoing in my head. The questions had yet to be answered, whoever had been in that conversation with me, and whatever we discussed remained a mystery. I couldn't shake story 25. It was an ordinary afternoon when I returned home to find a small unmarked package sitting on my doorstep. The brown box was plain, without a return address or any identifying markings. Curiosity immediately stirred within me. What could be inside? I brought it inside and placed it on the kitchen table, carefully inspecting it from all angles. There was no indication of who had sent it. I opened the box slowly, not knowing what to expect. Inside was a piece of paper neatly folded, and as I unfolded it, my breath caught. It contained a detailed list of my daily habits and routines, everything from the time I woke up to the rots I took during my morning walk, the hours I spent working, and even the shows I watched in the evenings. It was as if someone had been watching my every move. I read through the list slowly, the chill running down my spine. The details were unsettling, too accurate to be coincidental. At first I tried to dismiss it. Maybe it was a mistake, perhaps someone had the wrong address, or maybe this was some kind of joke. But as I read further, I realized there were no signs of miscommunication. The list wasn't just vague observations. It was precise and comprehensive. Every habit, every routine, and every decision I made throughout the day seemed accounted for. My mind raced, trying to piece together how someone could know so much about my life without me ever realizing it. A sense of vulnerability began to creep in. How had they gathered this information? Had I left something unsecured, like my phone or email, where they could monitor my activities? I double-checked my devices, thinking there must be some sort of tracking app or spyware involved, but there were no signs of intrusion, no new apps, no strange logins, nothing suspicious. Yet the evidence was clear. Someone knew my habits better than I did. I sat down at the kitchen table feeling overwhelmed. This wasn't just about privacy. It was about control. The thought that someone could keep such a detailed blog of my daily life without my consent was terrifying. I wondered if the person had been watching from afar or if there was some method they used to collect the information remotely. Was there a hidden camera somewhere in my home, or perhaps a device that tracked my movements? I couldn't dismiss these thoughts entirely, even if they seemed far-fetched. Determined to understand how this could have happened, I reached out to trusted friends and family hoping someone could shed light on the situation, but no one had any answers. They were just as bewildered as I was. I turned to online forums and privacy advocates seeking advice on how to proceed. Most suggested reporting the situation to local authorities, but that seemed extreme given the lack of hard evidence. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that my life was being monitored in ways I couldn't control. Over the next few days, I became more cautious. I started changing passwords, disabling unused apps, and ensuring that my devices were kept offline whenever possible. Yet even with these precautions, the list haunted me. It wasn't just about protecting my privacy anymore. It was about reclaiming a sense of security in my own home. The package remained on my kitchen table, a constant reminder of the breach. I stared at it, often wondering who was behind it, and they had chosen to expose such intimate details of my life. The questions lingered unanswered and the fear began to settle in making everyday activities feel unfamiliar and intrusive. Months have passed since that day, but the memory still lingers. I've managed to reclaim some sense of control over my privacy, but the anonymous list continues to haunt me in moments of vulnerability, no matter how far I go to protect my information. The unknown presence reminds me that the digital world can be a dangerous place where personal boundaries are easily crossed. Story 26. It was a busy afternoon and I had just pulled into a crowded parking lot near the downtown area. I was in a rush to attend a meeting, so I quickly parked my car and reached for some coins to feed the meter. After inserting the coins, I glanced at the machine to confirm the time, only to see that the screen had already printed a receipt. Confused, I picked up the paper and read it carefully. It showed a TIM stamp for an hour, but I had only been parked for 5 minutes. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the receipt, unable to understand how such a mistake could happen. I knew exactly how long I had been there because I had arrived just after the traffic light turned green. There was no way I had been parked long enough to warrant a full hour's payment. I checked the meter again, hoping it was some sort of malfunction, but everything else appeared normal. The machine displayed the usual options for adding more time, and there was no indication that it had malfunctioned or printed an incorrect receipt. Yet there it was, an hour's worth of parking. When I knew I had barely been there 5 minutes, a wave of frustration washed over me. I considered leaving it as is and taking the hit, but the discrepancy felt too significant. I couldn't ignore the receipt that clearly stated a full hour of parking when I hadn't even reached that point. It wasn't just about the money, it was the principle. Something had gone wrong and I wanted to understand why. After carefully folding the receipt and putting it in my pocket, I approached a nearby cafe, hoping to ask someone who worked in the area if they had seen similar issues with the parking meters. The barista at the cafe gave me a puzzled look when I showed her the receipt. "That's unusual," she said. Inspecting the receipt, "I've never seen one print that far ahead before, are you sure you didn't hit a button by mistake?" I shook my head. "No, I was in a rush. I only parked for a few minutes." Her expression mirrored my confusion, and she suggested I speak to someone at the parking enforcement office nearby. It was frustrating to think about dealing with a bureaucratic process, especially when the evidence seemed so clear-cut. When I arrived at the office, I was greeted by a woman behind the counter who listened carefully to my explanation. I handed over the receipt and her brow furrowed as she examined it. "This isn't something that happens often," she said, tapping away at her computer. "The meters are programmed to only print the time up to when your parking session ends. An error like this, it's rare." She went on to explain that there had been reports of similar issues, though they were isolated cases. A glitch in the system could cause a receipt to print a future time, but they were unsure of why it happened. It left me feeling uneasy, knowing that the problem wasn't widespread. Yet here I was dealing with an anomaly that didn't seem to make any sense. After filing a report with the office, I left feeling somewhat relieved that I had taken steps to address the issue. Still, the oddity of the receipt lingered in my mind. How could a parking meter print a time for an hour when I had only been parked for a few minutes? It wasn't a matter of oversight. It was as if the machine had jumped forward in time. That evening, as I recounted the strange event to a friend over dinner, they raised an interest in possibility. Could it have been some form of mistake or miscommunication between the system and my car? Perhaps it was a one-time glitch. Or maybe there was a deeper issue at play that hadn't been addressed. Whatever the cause, it was unsettling to know that technology could create such bizarre discrepancies. In the following weeks, I kept a closer eye on parking meters, wondering if anyone else might experience similar errors, but nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. My initial encounter with the misprinted receipt remained unique, a peculiar moment that stood alone in my memory. Despite my efforts to rationalize it, the strangeness of the event refused to fade entirely. Some mysteries, it seemed, were best left unanswered. Story 27. It was just another TYPICAL day at work. The fluorescent lights buzzed softly overhead as I sat at my desk scanning through emails and preparing for the meetings I had scheduled. The office was quiet, with only the faint hum of computers and the occasional distant chatter from other colleagues. Everything seemed normal until my boss called me into her office. As I entered, she smiled warmly and gestured for me to sit down. "Congratulations," she said with a tone of genuine excitement. "Congratulations," I echoed, a bit confused. "For what?" "For your promotion," she replied. Her smile widening, my mind went completely blank. A promotion? I hadn't applied for one. I wasn't even aware there was an opening for a higher position. I furrowed my brow trying to process her words. I didn't apply for a promotion," I said, still trying to comprehend what was happening. "Are you sure there's been some mistake?" Her smile faltered for a moment before she handed me a letter of formal document outlining the new position and responsibilities. I took it still in disbelief, my hand shaking slightly as I read through the details. The letter made everything official. A promotion had been granted effective immediately. "I don't understand," I finally managed to say, looking up at her with wide eyes. "This has to be some kind of mistake. I didn't apply for anything." My boss leaned back in her chair, her expression calm but firm. "You've been doing excellent work. Your recent projects have shown real initiative and the team has been giving you great feedback. We thought it was time to recognize your contributions. I couldn't argue with that. My recent work had been demanding and I had put in long hours, often taking on more responsibility than I anticipated, but a promotion that had never crossed my mind. I had been focused on getting through the next project, managing deadlines, and just making sure I was doing my best. I appreciate it, but I paused, still trying to piece everything together. This feels sudden. I didn't know there was even a discussion about promotions. It wasn't widely known. She explained we wanted to keep it low-key to ensure we had the right candidate. You've proven yourself capable and the team is thrilled with the progress you've made. This promotion reflects that. The weight of her words settled over me. As much as I was grateful, I couldn't shake the feeling of confusion. How did I go from being unaware of any promotion process to having a new title and increased responsibilities? Later that day, I started reaching out to colleagues asking if they had known anything about the promotion. Everyone seemed just as surprised as I was. Some congratulated me enthusiastically, while others exchanged puzzled glances wondering how this had come about. The more I thought about it, the more questions flooded my mind. Was this some kind of surprise initiative or had there been an oversight in the process? Regardless of the reasoning, the promotion was real and it came with a new set of expectations. In the weeks that followed, I adjusted to my new role. The tasks were different, more strategic, with added responsibility for leading projects and mentoring team members. The transition wasn't easy, but I threw myself into the work, hoping to prove that I was deserving of the position. Despite my initial confusion, I decided to embrace the opportunity, hoping that things would eventually become clearer with time. Even now, months later, I still wonder how I ended up in this position. There were no interviews, no application process, just a congratulatory meeting with my boss in a formal promotion. It remains a mystery, a strange but rewarding twist. In my career journey story 28, a car followed me home, pulling over. Every time I stopped to check if they were still there. It had started casually enough. At first I noticed a vehicle trailing behind me from a distance, but assumed it was just coincidental. However, as I turned onto quieter streets, the car maintained its distance, subtly weaving behind me. My ones began to build with each turn, each stoplight. As the driver never seemed to lose sight of me, I pulled over a few times, hoping they would pass or turn elsewhere, but each time they did the same, slowing then stopping, mirroring my actions. It was unnerving. I debated what to do next. Should I call someone, drive to a well-lit area? But every option felt like a gamble. The car wasn't aggressive, just persistently there lurking in the background. Still the sense of being followed weighed heavily on me. The streets were becoming emptier and the more I stopped, the more I felt like I was in a strange loop, staring at the same car, waiting for it to move. The driver didn't signal or wave, they didn't try to interact, they simply remained stationary, eyes locked on mine through the rearview mirror. I began to feel exposed, as if the very act of being followed meant my privacy had been breached. The quiet hum of the car engine became louder in my mind, with each passing second adding to the tension. It was as if the car was part of a slow-moving surveillance operation, patiently monitoring my every move. As I continued driving, my focus shifted to the mirrors, constantly glancing back to confirm the car's presence. It was close, yet still distant enough not to be invasive, just there, steadily following at a distance. The isolation of the late-night streets made the situation feel even more surreal. With few other cars around, it felt like the world had been condensed into just the two vehicles, myself and that silent follower. At one point I deliberately slowed down, hoping they would pass or give up the chase, but they mirrored my actions, exactly maintaining the same distance. It was eerie, like watching a reflection move in sync with you. Predictable but somehow unsettling. The silence between us was oppressive, and the thought that this could continue indefinitely made me feel trapped. When I finally arrived home, I parked in my driveway, heart pounding, and watched the rearview mirror intently. The car behind me did the same, stopping at the edge of the street. Neither of us moved. For a while I held my breath, unsure of what to expect next. Was the driver waiting for me to get out of the car? Was this the end of it, or would they follow me inside? The line between paranoia and reality blurred in those moments. After what felt like an eternity, The car slowly drove away, taking a turn down a side street. I let out a sigh of relief, the tension lifting for the first time all night. Still, my mind raced with questions. Who was in that car? Why had they followed me? Could it have been random, or was there a deeper purpose behind it? The experience left me shaken, as if my personal space had been invaded in a way that words couldn't describe. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, patiently following my every move through the quiet streets with no clear motive. Even now, weeks later, I find myself glancing over my shoulder more often than usual, wondering if I'll ever encounter that car again. Story 29. It was just another ordinary evening as I returned to my car after a long day. The street was dimly lit and the quiet hum of the city surrounded me. I unlocked the door and slid into the driver's seat, setting my back beside me. As I turned on the engine, my eyes caught something unusual under the windshield, wiper of business card Curiosity Peak. I reached out to grab it, expecting a simple advertisement or contact information. However, the card read, "I'm watching you." My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the words, unsure how to process them. It wasn't a typical message you'd find on a business card. There was no name, no phone number, no company logo, just those unsettling words. I sat there for a moment, holding the card in my hand, the weight of its message sinking in. Who could have left this and why? My mind raced through possibilities, none of them pleasant. Was it a prank or something more sinister? The idea that someone had been watching me was disquieting, especially without any context or explanation. I quickly scanned the area around my car, looking for any signs of movement or familiar faces, but the street was deserted. I considered tossing the card away, dismissing it as a simple prank. Yet something about the note didn't feel harmless. It felt personal, as though whoever left it had a specific purpose in mind. I couldn't ignore the feeling of being watched. It was unsettling to think that someone had been monitoring my every move without my knowledge, deciding to take precautions. I made a mental note of the time and place. I wasn't sure if the message was meant to intimidate or if it was a warning of something more serious. My mind drifted to the possibility of surveillance or some kind of stalker behavior. The idea was terrifying, and the more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. When I got home, I placed a card in an envelope, sealing it away. I debated whether to share the information with someone, but decided to wait until I had more evidence. The incident weighed on my mind throughout the night. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching, that they knew more than I did. The next day, I reached out to a few friends, hoping they could offer insight or advice. None of them had experienced anything like this before, and their reassurances did little to ease my growing unease. The message on the business card had left an impression, and every little movement outside my window made me jump. As the days passed, I kept my guard up, watching for anything unusual. The card sat untouched in my drawer, a constant reminder of the strange encounter, though nothing further happened. The memory of the simple yet menacing message lingered a shadow over an otherwise normal life. Story 30. The seat belt in my car wouldn't release even after I turned off the ignition. I sat there for a moment, puzzled, tugging gently on the strap, trying to unbuckle it. It was stuck tightly pressed against my chest, as if someone had manually locked it into place. I leaned forward, shifting my body, hoping that a different angle might loosen it, but nothing worked. Panic began to creep in as I realized I couldn't simply undo the buckle. I checked the dashboard to see if the seatbelt warning light was on, but everything seemed normal. The car itself felt normal, no odd noises, no unusual vibrations. Yet the seatbelt refused to budge. I tried pressing the release button harder, even tried pulling at the strap with more force, but it was as if it had fused to the seat. A strange thought flickered through my mind. Was it malfunctioning? Had something jammed inside the mechanism? But how could that happen? This was a relatively new car, one that had never shown any issues with the seatbelt before. The strangest part was that the rest of the car felt perfectly fine. The air conditioning was working, the radio played softly in the background, but I was trapped by a seatbelt that wouldn't release. I took a deep breath and looked around, trying to assess the situation. The street was quiet, the usual sounds of the city fading into the background. It felt oddly isolated, like I was the only person left in the world. My phone sat on the passenger seat, untouched, but I couldn't reach it without moving the belt. I considered calling for help, but how would I explain a seat bell stuck in a locked position? Minutes ticked by as I sat there, growing more anxious with each passing second. I thought back to the last few hours. Had there been any signs, any hints that something was off? I remembered the strange text message earlier in the day, a cryptic message that had appeared out of nowhere. It read, "You're not going anywhere," but at the time I brushed it off as spam or a mistake. Now, as I sat, trapped in my car, the message seemed to make sense in a way that it hadn't before. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the seat belt, its stubborn resistance feeling deliberate, almost malicious. I wondered if someone had tampered with it, though how they could have done so without leaving evidence was beyond me. The seat bell had been perfectly functional before, yet here I was unable to free myself from its grasp. The silence in the car became oppressive. I turned on the radio trying to distract myself, but the static only amplified the stillness around me. I had no idea how long I had been sitting there, unable to move, unable to reach out for help. The thought of being trapped indefinitely was terrifying. I glanced at the rearview mirror, searching for any signs of movement, but the streets remained deserted. Desperation was setting in. Now I thought about forcing the belt, but the fear of damaging the seat bell or my car kept me hesitant. I had no choice but to sit and wait. My mind raced with possibilities. Was this a mechanic iCal fault or was something far more sinister at play? The thought of someone deliberately doing this locking me in sent waves of unease coursing through me after what felt like an eternity. I heard a faint sound of distant whistle, almost like a breeze, cutting through the air. I strained to hear more, but the sound faded as quickly as it had come. It wasn't until I heard it again louder this time that I realized someone was outside my car. I leaned toward the window trying to get a better look. A figure stood at the driver's side, their face obscured by the shadows, but their presence was unmistakable. They didn't move immediately, just stood there watching. I could barely make out their silhouette, but their stillness unnerved me more than anything. The tapping sound returned more insistent now, as though they were testing the handle, trying to get in. Panic surged through me as I pressed harder against the seatbelt, twisting, pulling and anything to get free. The figure outside didn't speak, didn't seem to react at all. They remained quiet, almost as though they were waiting for something. I screamed for help, but the words barely escaped my lips. Before getting swallowed by the confines of the car, a burst of adrenaline shot through me as I gave one last desperate tug. Suddenly the seat bell gave way with a harsh click and I fell forward slightly. I gasped for air, trying to calm my racing heart. I slammed the door open, bolting from the car, only to find the figure was gone, vanished into the darkness, without a trace. Breathing heavily, I stumbled away from the vehicle, my mind spinning with the events. The streets were still deserted, but the sense of unease lingered. I pulled out my phone, ignoring the trembling in my hands, and dialed 911. The operator answered and I quickly explained the situation, my voice breaking at times. The police arrived in minutes, scanning the area thoroughly, but there was no sign of the mysterious figure. The car was checked, the seatbelt inspected and the entire scene documented. They offered to take me somewhere safe, but I declined, needing time to process what had just happened. As I sat in the back of the patrol car, staring at the quiet street, I knew this wasn't something I would forget. The SE belt had been jammed, the figure had appeared and the cryptic message seemed more real than ever. Whatever it happened, it wasn't over yet. Story 31. I returned to my desk at work to find my computer screen open to a message I didn't type. My heart sank. I had been away for a few minutes, just long enough to grab some coffee from the break room, but this was something that didn't feel right. The words on the screen were odd, cold and unsettling, and I immediately knew I hadn't written them. It chills spread through me, not because I believed something supernatural was at play, but because I could not explain how this message had appeared. I stared at the screen trying to make sense of it. It wasn't some cryptic nonsense or an error. It seemed too deliberate. The sentences were clear, the language perfect, but they were entirely foreign to me. I just checked my emails before I left. Nothing unusual there, and I didn't have any open tabs or documents that could have auto-saved a message like this. Someone had been at my computer, But who and why would they leave a message for me? My hands trembled slightly as I reached for the mouse to close the document, but I hesitated. I needed to understand first. I wasn't going to just ignore this. As I sat back in my chair, the office seemed unnaturally quiet, the hum of the fluorescent lights above too loud. In the otherwise silent space, I glanced around, expecting to find someone watching me, but no one was near. I knew I was alone in the office. Most people had already left for the day. My eyes flicked back to the message on the screen and I could feel my pulse quicken. I should have just ignored it, closed the laptop and left, but I couldn't. Something deep inside told me I had to find out who had been here and why they had left that message. I began to read through the lines again more slowly, this time my mind racing to make sense of what was happening. It was simple text at first glance, but as I focused on it I began to notice patterns. The words didn't seem like they were written by a random person. The tone was too familiar, too precise. It was almost as though I knew who had written it, but I couldn't place it. Maybe it was the way the sentences were phrased or the subtle choices of words. That felt oddly like something someone close to me would say. I'd worked at this company for years and nothing like this had ever happened before. The office felt more like home to me than anywhere else. I knew every face, every voice, every desk around me. No one had ever been this invasive. I started to feel exposed, almost as if my private space was being invaded by someone I couldn't identify. The sense of violation was overwhelming. My thoughts raced. Had someone been accessing my computer when I wasn't around? And why had they left this message? Was it some sort of prank, a joke gone too far? The more I thought about it, the more the message started to eat at me. I felt a cold nod in my stomach. This wasn't a joke. I could feel it. This wasn't some harmless prank pulled by one of the guys from marketing. I had an uneasy suspicion that it was someone who knew me very well, someone who had been watching me, studying me, someone who had been in my space physically at some point. But how? Who had access to my computer? My mind spiraled, with all the possible explanations, none of them making any sense. I reached for my phone, intending to call the office security or perhaps the IT department, but my hands were shaking too much. I was too frightened to make the call. The simple act of calling someone else for help seemed so trivial. In the face of the mounting dread that clawed me, I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. It was just a message, I told myself. A glitch, an accident, but nothing about it felt accidental. This wasn't the work of a virus, nor was it some random hacker looking to leave their mark. The message was personal. It was aimed directly at me. I glanced over my shoulder again, my senses heightened, as if the office itself was pressing in around me. My mind kept replaying. One thought over and over. I had to find out who was behind kindness. I opened the office door, but no one was there. The hallway was empty, the lights flickering faintly. I walked toward the security office at the end of the hall, my footsteps echoing unnervingly in the quiet building. The entire floor seemed deserted. I had never felt so alone. When I returned to my desk, the message was still there, as though it had been waiting for me to come back. I stared at it, once more trying to gather my thoughts. I knew I had to report this to someone, but at the same time I couldn't shake the feeling that doing so would only make it real. I was afraid of finding out too much, of uncovering something about myself that I wasn't ready to face. What if the message was pointing to something I had done, something I had forgotten or ignored? I checked the system logs for my computer, but everything appeared normal. No unusual access times, no new programs installed, no files altered. There was no sign that anyone had tampered with my system, which made me question even more who could have been using it. It was as if the message had appeared out of nowhere, without any trace of the person who had put it there. I had been the only one with access to my computer, except that it didn't feel like that anymore. I decided to stay late that evening. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I needed to be there in the office by myself, trying to make sense of things. As the night wore on, the building grew quieter and emptier until felt as though I were the last person alive in the world. The sound of my keyboard tapping against the silence was almost too much to bear, but even as I sat there, attempting to continue with my work, I knew I couldn't focus, not with the lingering question in my mind. Who was behind this? Around 8 p.m. I got a message from an old colleague who had left the company a few months prior. She asked how things were going and if I had heard anything strange about the office. I replied casually at first, but then I mentioned the mysterious message. Her response was immediate, but it wasn't reassuring. She told me that I wasn't the first to experience something like this. Over the past few weeks, others had reported strange things happening in the building. Files missing, strange messages appearing on computers, people feeling like they were being watched. She didn't give me specifics, but I could tell she was frightened. She told me to be careful and not to trust anyone. That's when it hit me. This wasn't just about me. This wasn't a case of someone messing with me or pulling a prank. This was something deeper, something involving more people, something I didn't understand yet. And, the worst part, I had no idea who I could trust. The realization settled in like a heavy weight and I knew I had to get out, but I couldn't leave without answers. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I had just started to uncover something far worse than I had ever imagined. I closed my laptop and left the office that night with more questions than when I arrived. I thought about going to the authorities, but I couldn't. How could I explain this without sounding paranoid or insane? Who would believe me? So for now, I kept quiet. But every time I thought about it, the message, the words kept echoing in my mind, and as I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just become part of something I was never supposed to understand. Story 32. It was a typical Thursday evening when I decided to stop by the corner store after work. I had just gotten off my shift and all I wanted to do was grab a few items for dinner. The night air was chilly and the street lights flickered as I walked down the quiet block. There was nothing unusual about my trip to the store. I had done it 100 times before, but this time something felt different. As I entered the store, I noticed a man standing near the back near the aisle where the canned goods were stacked. He was older than me, maybe in his mid-40s, with scruffy facial hair and a rough look about him. I didn't pay him much attention at first. I was too focused on getting what I needed, but as I reached for a can of beans on the shelf, I saw him glance over at me. His eyes didn't just look in my direction. They locked onto me and I felt a sudden chill run through me. I quickly grabbed the can and turned down the next aisle trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. But as I moved further into the store, I noticed him following me, not in a hurry but slowly, deliberately, as though he had all the time in the world. He wasn't trying to hide his actions. His gaze stayed fixed on me and every time I looked back he was there, I started to feel a surge of panic in my chest. I thought I was imagining things at first, but then it became clear. As I walked past the dairy section, he turned and started walking behind me, not just walking, but keeping the same pace, staying right behind me. As I moved down the aisle, I could hear his footsteps just a little too close. It was as though he was intentionally mirroring my every move. I felt my heartbeat quicken and I began to walk faster, pretending to browse through the shelves. While I tried to figure out what to do, I turned quickly at the end of the aisle, hoping to lose him, but when I glanced behind me, I saw him still there a few steps away. His face was expressionless, but I could see the way he was looking at me, too calm, too focused. That's when I realized this wasn't just a coincidence. I moved to the checkout counter hoping he would leave the store, but I caught him still lingering near the door as though waiting for something. I tried not to show how anxious I was, but the pit in my stomach was growing. I paid for my items and headed toward the exit, but as I reached for the door, I heard his footsteps again, this time much louder. Closer I turned and there he was standing right behind me, just inches away. My stomach lurched and I could smell the stale scent of cigarette smoke on his clothes. I forced myself to stay calm. I stepped outside, hoping to make it to my car without him following, but I didn't get far. As I walked toward the parking lot, I heard him behind me again, the sound of his footsteps growing louder. With every step, I quickened my pace, trying not to show my fear, but I could hear him getting closer. I was almost to my car when I turned to look over my shoulder, and that's when I saw it. He wasn't just walking anymore, he was running toward me. His expression had changed from calm to something darker, more aggressive. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled for my keys in my pocket. I found him and jumped into my car, locking the doors. Just as he reached the driver's side window, he slammed his hand against the glass. His face twisted with anger, his breath fogging up the window. I didn't know what he wanted, but it was clear that he wasn't just trying to rob me or scare me. It was something far more sinister. His eyes glinted with a sort of desperation, and I could see the twisted enjoyment in his expression. As he pounded on the glass, I didn't hesitate at. I put the car in reverse and sped off my hands, trembling on the steering wheel. I drove straight home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching, still following me. Somehow I didn't sleep that night. Every noise outside my window made me jump, and I kept checking my locks over and over. The next day I went to the store again, this time during the day when there were more people around. I didn't see the man. I tried to convince myself that maybe I had overreacted, that maybe he hadn't been as threatening as I had thought. But something inside me knew better. I had felt his eyes on me, his presence stalking me through the aisles. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened, but it was the first time I felt so powerless in the weeks that followed. I avoided that store altogether, but I couldn't shake the fear that had settled inside me. I started to feel paranoid when I went out, like everyone around me was watching, waiting. It was a fear I couldn't escape. Even when I was home alone, even when I was safe behind locked doors, the man in the store had made me feel vulnerable in a way I couldn't describe. I wasn't just afraid of him. I was afraid of what he represented, the random, senseless threat that could strike at any moment, without warning or reason. It was a kind of horror that wasn't supernatural or out of this world, but one that was all too real, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger is the one you don't see. Coming months have passed, but I still think about that encounter. I've changed my routine, avoided the places I used to frequent. I don't know if I'll ever see that man again. And part of me hopes I never do, but every time I go into a store now I'm always looking over my shoulder, always aware of the people around me, because sometimes the scariest thing is realizing that the world isn't as safe as you thought and that there are real monsters out there. Story 33. It all started on an ordinary evening, or at least I thought it would be. I had just finished a long day at work and was looking forward to unwinding at home. I live alone in a small apartment, and my routine typically involves cooking a simple meal, maybe watching some television and heading to bed early to prepare for the next day. But that evening something went terribly wrong. I had barely gotten comfortable on the couch when I heard a noise outside my door. It wasn't anything unusual at first, just the sound of footsteps in the hallway. However, the footsteps seemed to stop right outside my door. My heart skipped a beat. It's not uncommon for neighbors to pass by, but this felt different. I hesitated, thinking maybe I had imagined it. Then I heard it again, a knock, just one. I wasn't expecting anyone. I don't get many visitors, and I certainly wasn't expecting anyone that late at night. Still, I cautiously approached the door, peering through the peep-hole. To my surprise, there was no one in sight. I stood there for a moment wondering if I had just been hearing things, but then I heard the knock again. This time it was harder, more insistent. I stepped back, my mind racing. Should I open the door? Should I call the police? I had no idea who could be outside, but the more I stood there, the more I felt like I was being watched. I didn't want to give in to fear, but something about the situation felt off. I decided to call my friend to distract myself and to feel less alone while talking to her. I kept my eyes fixed on the door, half expecting the worst. The knocking continued intermittently for what felt like an eternity. My pulse was racing and my palms began to sweat. After what felt like an hour, the knocking stopped. For a brief moment, I thought about opening the door to see if anyone had left, but then I remembered the unsettling feeling that had washed over me earlier. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I felt like I was being hunted, but I didn't know by whom. I stayed up all night. The weight of fear heavy on my chest, every creak of the floorboards, every sound from the hallway sent me into a panic. I checked the locks on all the windows and doors several times, but I couldn't calm myself. I didn't dare go to sleep knowing that someone was out there or had been out there not just once but multiple times. The next day I went to work exhausted, but still I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened the night before. I made it a point to leave work early, feeling anxious, and rushed home, only to find that nothing had changed. The apartment was exactly as I had left it, but the yeas never left me. I didn't feel safe anymore, not in my own home. This went on for several weeks. The knocks would come at random times, sometimes late at night, sometimes during the day. Every time I'd hesitate before answering the door, trying to convince myself that it was just a misunderstanding or maybe some sort of prank. But deep down I knew that wasn't the case. Something about it felt too deliberate, too personal. One afternoon after work, I decided to take a walk to clear my head. I needed a break from the apartment. As I left the building, I glanced at the security camera that was supposed to be covering the front entrance. To my shock, I saw a familiar face on the screen. It was a man I had never seen before, standing right in front of the door to my apartment. He was looking straight at the camera, but what made my stomach drop was the fact that he was holding something in his hand, a small unmarked package. I froze, staring at the screen. Was he the one knocking? Was he the one who had been terrorizing me for weeks? I didn't know, but I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The man was gone by the time I reached the front entrance, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there watching me. I immediately went to the building's management office to ask about the footage, but they claimed they didn't have access to the security cameras. That's when I started to feel completely isolated. No one believed me. No one was taking this seriously. I had no way of proving that there was someone outside my door, no way to show that this person was stalking me. That night I decided to leave the lights on and sit by the window waiting. I wasn't sure what I was waiting for, but I couldn't bring myself to go to bed. I felt like I had to be alert. Around midnight I saw movement outside my window. My heart raced as I recognized the same man from the security footage. He was standing outside my building, looking directly at my window, as if he knew I was watching him. I backed away from the window, terrified. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit there and wait for him to make the next move. I called the police, but by the time they arrived the man was gone. They told me there wasn't much they could do without proof, and I was left feeling helpless. From that night on, the knocking stopped, but the fear remained. The thought that someone had been watching me for weeks, possibly longer, made me feel like I couldn't trust anymore. I was always looking over my shoulder, always wondering if I was being followed. Even though the knocks had stopped, I could never shake the feeling that I was being hunted, that there was always someone just out of sight waiting for the right moment to strike. Story 34. It was just another ordinary day at work, or so. I thought the office was quiet and most of my co-workers had already left for the day. I finished up my task and headed for the door, my coat hanging neatly on the hook in the break room. I grabbed it, slipped my arms through the sleeves and walked out into the cold evening air. The weight of the coat felt familiar, its fabric comfortable and warm. As I made my way home the next morning, I returned to the office with the usual routine coffee, emails and settling into my desk. As the day went on, I got up to grab a quick break. When I passed by the coat hook, I noticed something strange. The coat that had been hanging there yesterday was no longer mine. Instead it was an identical one, but in a size larger than mine. At first I thought maybe I was just confused. Maybe I had grabbed the wrong coat yesterday without realizing it, but as I looked at it more closely, I could tell it wasn't mine. I reached for it, trying it on. The sleeves were too long and the fit was off. It didn't feel right, like I was wearing someone else's clothes. I thought for a moment that perhaps someone had taken my coat by mistake and swapped it with theirs. But why would they leave a coat that was the same style and color, only in a different size? It didn't make sense. I stood there staring at it in the mirror, feeling unsettled. Why hadn't I noticed this sooner? And how was it that my coat had disappeared overnight, replaced by something that looked almost identical but wasn't quite the same? I began to question myself. Maybe I was overthinking it. Perhaps it was just a simple mistake, but the more I stood there, the more the unease settled in. I couldn't explain it. There was something about the coat, something that felt off. It wasn't just the size difference. It was how everything about it seemed so normal and yet so wrong. I tried to push the thought away and focus on work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The day went on and I couldn't help but glance at the coat. Every so often it was as if it had become a symbol of some hidden change that I couldn't understand. I kept thinking about the previous evening. Had someone seen me leave, then taken my coat? Was this some sort of strange prank? But if it was a joke, it wasn't funny. It felt more like a violation. My coat, something that had been mine for years, had been replaced by something else without my consent or even my knowledge. When lunchtime rolled around, I went to the break room to grab some food. As I sat there eating in silence, I couldn't stop looking at the coat hanging on the hook. It wasn't mine, it was bigger, the sleeves too long, the shoulders too wide, but it looked so familiar I found myself wondering if anyone else noticed. Did anyone else feel that strange tension in the air? I considered asking around, but what could I say? Hey, did anyone swap out my coat with one that looks just like it but is in the wrong side? It sounded ridiculous, and even if I did ask who would care, everyone was too busy with their own lives to notice something as trivial as a coat. As the hours went by, the unease continued to grow. The coat was no longer just a piece of clothing to me. It had become a symbol of something deeper, something that I couldn't quite explain. I began to wonder if someone was watching me, waiting for me to notice. But why? What could possibly be the reason for this? It wasn't just a coat being replaced. It was a disruption of my routine, a small violation of my personal space. That evening, when I went home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to put it out of my mind, but it lingered. The coat had been replaced without any explanation, and now I found myself questioning everything. Had I left the office yesterday without realizing it was missing? Had someone else taken it and replaced it with theirs, or was I just going crazy, imagining something that wasn't there? The next day, I decided to confront the situation head-on. I went to my manager and explained what had happened. I felt ridiculous saying it out loud, but I needed answers. I think my coat was swapped out with someone else's. I told them, trying to sound calm. My manager looked at me for a long moment, as if trying to decide if I was joking. "Are you sure?" they asked, clearly not understanding the weight of the situation. I nodded, telling them how it felt wrong, how it wasn't just the size that was different. It was the whole vibe of the coat. They promised to look into it, but their response felt hollow. They didn't seem to grasp why this was bothering me so much. It wasn't just a coat. It was my personal belonging, and someone had taken it without any explanation. It was the kind of thing that, when added to the pressure of work and life, began to feel like a violation. It was like being watched, being manipulated, and not knowing who or why. No one else seemed to care. No one else noticed the replacement. It was just another day in the office for everyone else, but for me it was an unsettling moment in a string of small, inexplicable changes. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with the coat. Every time I walked by the hook, I would stare at it, trying to figure out if it was truly the same one or if it had changed again. My thoughts spiraled out of control each day, adding more weight to the unease I was feeling. It was just a coat. Right, but it wasn't. It was a symbol of something I couldn't control. It was a small thing, but it had been taken from me and I had no way to get it back. I kept thinking about the implications. What did this say about the people I worked with? Were they capable of something so petty, or was it something deeper, something about me? Was I being paranoid, or was this a calculated act? I couldn't answer those questions. I couldn't make sense of it. All I knew was that my cat had been replaced, and I didn't know why or by whom. It left me feeling small, exposed, and vulnerable. Every day I wore the new coat. I felt like I was wearing someone else's skin, and the more I wore it, the more disconnected I became from the person I was before. Eventually I stopped looking for answers. The coat was still there, hanging on the hook like everything was normal, but everything had changed. I couldn't explain it, but I knew deep down that the simple act of replacing my cod had altered something fundamental in me. It was no longer just about the cod. It was about the feeling of being watched, of being replaced in a world where nothing felt secure, and I was left with nothing but the unsettling knowledge that I would never truly understand why it had happened. Story 35. I had always considered myself a rational person, someone who didn't easily get swept up in rumors or paranoia. That was until one fateful evening when I received a package. It was a regular delivery, or so I thought. The delivery driver handed it to me, addressed to my name, but added something that stopped me in my tracks: "It's from your other house." I stood there confused. I didn't own another house. I had lived in this place for years and there was no other property, no hidden life that I was aware of. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably just a mistake. The driver, however, didn't seem like he was joking. He repeated "It's from your other house," as if that explanation should have made sense, but it didn't. He seemed insistent, though, like he expected me to understand. So I reluctantly took the package from him. Back inside, I placed the package on the kitchen table. Staring at it, it was just a plain cardboard box with no distinguishing marks other than my name. I felt an odd unease, something about the way the driver had said it. It felt almost like a warning, but a warning about what? I brushed it off as paranoia. Still, I couldn't shake the thought that maybe I was overlooking something. The next few days were filled with dread. Every time I walked past that package, I couldn't help but feel its weight, not in terms of physical mass, but in the emotional weight of the unknown. Why would someone send me something from a house I didn't own? Why would it be addressed to me? I started questioning everything about my life, about my past, wondering if I had missed something or if there was some dark secret I had buried deep within myself. I had never considered myself a paranoid person, but now I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched, that something was slowly slipping through my face, fingers out of my control. I thought about my childhood, the places I had lived, the people I had known. Nothing unusual came to mind. I didn't have any other house. The idea seemed absurd still. I couldn't stop obsessing over it. After a few days of avoiding it, I finally decided to open the package. I couldn't live with the uncertainty any longer. I cut the tape and as I opened the box, I found something unexpected, an old photograph. It wasn't a picture I recognized. It was black and white, showing a group of people standing in front of what looked like an old house. The faces were blurry, the details faded, but there was one thing that caught my attention. The house in the background was unmistakably familiar. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like I had seen that house before I turned the photograph over, hoping for a clue. Something to explain the connection. Written on the back in faded ink were just a few words: "Your real family home." My stomach dropped. My mind raced. What did this mean? What real family home? What was I missing? I couldn't stop thinking about it. The photograph stayed with me, its haunting message echoing in my mind. I called my parents, but they had no answers. I called old friends, but none of them recognized the house. It was as if I was searching for a ghost, trying to remember something that was never really mine to remember. I started going through old records, trying to find any mention of another property. I might have owned any record of this mysterious house, but nothing came up. There was no trace, no deed, no mention in any of the documents I could find. I was beginning to feel like I was losing my mind. How could I have lived in a house I couldn't remember? How could I have forgotten something so important? Then, weeks later, I found a letter hidden in the back of a drawer. It was addressed to me, but the writing on the envelope wasn't familiar. I opened it, hands trembling. Inside was another photograph, a newer one this time, showing a close-up of the same house from the previous photo. This time there was a man standing in front of it. He wasn't someone I recognized, but something about him seemed unsettling. His eyes were hollow and there was a coldness in his expression that sent a chill down my spine. He wasn't smiling like the people in the photograph, but instead he looked almost like he was waiting for something or someone. I stared at the photograph for what felt like hours, unable to tear my eyes away. My heart was pounding in my chest. I realized that I needed answers, but where could I go? Who could I ask? I didn't trust the people I had known all these years, not anymore. What if this man in the photo had been watching me all along? What if this other house wasn't just a forgotten place but something much darker? I decided I had to find it, the house. It was clear now that it wasn't just some random mix-up or mistake. This house had a hold on me, whether I liked it or not. It was a part of my life, something I had tried to forget or had been forced to forget. It was too late to turn back. I spent days driving looking for any clue that would lead me to this house, but it wasn't easy. It was as if the house kept moving, slipping through my fingers every time I thought I was close. The more I searched, the more I felt like I was going in circles, like the house was deliberately keeping itself out of reach. Eventually I received a call that would change everything. The voice on the other end was low growly, as if they were speaking from a place of deep frustration. "You're getting close," the voice said, "but you won't find it until you're ready to face what's waiting for you." I demanded to know who this was, but they didn't answer. Instead they hung up. I was exhausted physically and mentally. I wanted to stop, but I knew that if I did, I might never find the answers I was searching for. So I kept going. I had 2 weeks passed and the sense of dread grew heavier with every passing day. I was starting to question my sanity. Was I chasing a ghost? Was I being paranoid? It wasn't until I stumbled upon an old, dilapidated house at the end of a long overgrown street that I finally realized I had found it, the house. It was a mess, boarded up windows, the lawn overrun with weeds, the paint peeling from the walls. But as I stood there staring at it, I knew this was the house that I couldn't remember, the place I had been trying to forget. I walked up to the front door, my heart in my throat. I hesitated for a moment, taking in the broken porch and the cracked steps, but I knew I had no choice. I had to go inside. This was the final step in uncovering the truth. No matter what it was, the door creaked open and I stepped inside, the air thick with dust and decay. As I wandered through the empty rooms, each step seemed to take me deeper into a past. I had long buried the walls, whispered of things I didn't want to remember, and then, as I entered the last room, I found it, the truth. The truth about my life, about the people I had known, and the terrifying realization that I had been living in the shadow of a past I couldn't escape. It wasn't a ghost, it was real. It was always real. Story 36. It was a regular Wednesday evening. Just like any other, I had just finished work and was heading home, the city buzzing with its usual noise. The train ride was uneventful, a quiet commute I had grown accustomed to after so many years. But that night something felt different. I had no idea that it would be the last time I would ever feel truly safe on that train. The train had been crowded, the usual rush hour chaos. People were in a hurry, rushing past each other without a second thought. I was standing near the door, holding on to the overhead rail, when I noticed him. He was sitting alone, a man in his late 30s, dressed in a dark jacket and jeans. His eyes were darting around, scanning the people on the train, but his gaze lingered on me for longer than I was comfortable with at first. I tried to brush it off, telling myself that I was just being paranoid, but there was something about the way he looked at me, something predatory. His stare wasn't one of curiosity or indifference. It was focused, cold. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, but I forced myself to look away and pretend nothing was wrong. The train jolted as it made its next stop and I moved to shift positions. But that's when I felt a sudden pressure on my shoulder, as if someone was right behind me, too close for comfort. I turned around and there he was standing uncomfortably close, his breath hot against my neck. My heart raced. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if I should confront him or just keep walking. He didn't say anything at first. Instead, he just stood there staring at me, his eyes dark and unreadable. It was as if he was waiting for something. Maybe for me to react, or maybe he just wanted to see how far he could push me. I felt trapped in that small space, the air growing thick, my mind racing with thoughts of how to escape. The doors between the cars were just a few feet away, but it felt like miles. Then suddenly he spoke. His voice was low, almost a whisper, but clear enough to send chills down my spine. "You look like someone who doesn't belong here." His words were so unsettling, so loaded with something I couldn't quite place. It wasn't a compliment, or even a typical remark you might hear from a stranger. There was something aggressive behind it, something that made me instantly sick to my stomach. I took a step back trying to move away from him, but his hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. I froze. Don't make a scene," he said, his grip tightening. I couldn't believe what was happening. I wanted to scream, but the crowded train had made me feel like my voice was nothing but a whisper in the wind. I could feel the eyes of other passengers on me, but nobody moved, nobody intervened. The whole train felt like it had turned into a cage, and I was its prey. I managed to pull my wrist away, but not without some effort. His fingers scraped against my skin, leaving a burning sensation behind. My heart was pounding in my chest as I moved toward the door, my body screaming for me to get away. I didn't look back, didn't even want to see if he was following me. But I could feel his eyes boring into the back of my head. My mind raced with thoughts of what could have happened if I hadn't gotten off at the next station, if I hadn't been able to make it to safety. I had to force myself to keep moving to blend in with the crowd. As I hurried toward the exit, the whole world outside seemed to be spinning the night air cool against my heated skin. I didn't feel safe even when I was out of the station and into the crowded streets, but that man, his presence, his grip, haunted me for weeks after. I kept looking over my shoulder, never quite sure if I was truly free of him. What still disturbs me to this day is that I never saw him again, never heard of any other incidents that matched my experience. It's like he vanished into thin air, but the fear I felt that might never did. The truth is that man could have been anyone, just another face in the crowd, a random encounter that could have turned far worse. And that is the horror of it all, the vulnerability, the quiet, creeping fear of something terrible happening in a moment when you least expected. Story 37. The receipts from my wallet showed purchases I hadn't made in stores I've never been to. I felt a chill run through me as I glanced at each slip of paper. They were all recent purchases, each one itemized and dated within the past week, but there was no way these could be mine. I hadn't stepped foot in any of these stores. I stared at the receipts, my mind racing. The first one was from a high-end clothing store across town, a place I had never set foot in. The receipt showed a pair of shoes I didn't recognize, a brand I couldn't recall ever seeing before. How was it possible that I had bought something from there when I hadn't even been in the vicinity of the store? The second received was from a coffee shop I didn't even know existed. I wasn't a regular at any coffee shops, and certainly not the one listed here. The item on the receipt was a fancy drink, something I would never order, especially not at a place I had never heard of. As I held it in my hands, it became clear that something was terribly wrong. The third receipt came from an electronics store. This one was particularly confusing, as I hadn't made any recent purchase in such a store. The receipt showed a brand new phone, one that I had no recollection of purchasing, and it was marked as being bought. In the morning of the previous day, I wondered if someone had somehow stolen my wallet or copied my card details, but how could they have done so without my knowledge? The more I looked at these receipts, the more unsettled I became. Each one seemed more bizarre than the last, and none of them reflected any of my usual shopping habits. I had always been a careful spender, keeping track of every purchase I made, but now I was staring at a pile of evidence suggesting that I had spent money on things I didn't remember buying. I decided to call my bank. The moment I explained my situation, they promised to investigate. They said they would check for any fraudulent activity on my account and get back to me within a few days. But in the back of my mind I couldn't help but wonder if this was just the tip of the iceberg. How had my card information been compromised, and how could someone else have been shopping with my money? The more I thought about it, the more questions I had. If someone had been using my card details, how had they accessed my wallet in the first place? I had been diligent in keeping my wallet safe and I never left it unattended, but if my wallet had been tampered with, I couldn't help but feel violated. It wasn't just the money or the purchases that bothered me. It was the fact that someone had been able to invade my private space without my knowledge. I tried to remember the past few days and whether anything unusual had happened. I recalled a trip to the grocery store, but I hadn't made any large purchases. There had been nothing out of the ordinary during my usual errands, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Could the receipts be a mistake? Were they part of some clerical error, or was something more sinister at play? I determined to get to the bottom of it. I began retracing my steps. I visited the stores listed on the receipts, hoping that maybe the employees would recognize me or provide some clue. The clothing store was the first stop, but when I asked about the purchase, the staff looked at me as if I were crazy. They had no record of me in their system, and when I described the shoes, they were unfamiliar with the style. It was as if I had never been there. Next I went to the coffee shop. The moment I walked in, the barista greeted me, but when I mentioned the order listed on the receipt, they were just as confused. They had no record of it, and the drink wasn't even something they typically served. I was starting to feel like I was chasing a phantom, trying to make sense of something that had no basis in reality. My last stop was the electronics store. I asked to speak with the manager and explained my situation. After looking up the transaction, the manager confirmed that the purchase had indeed been made, but when they pulled up the surveillance footage, it didn't match my appearance. The person who had bought the phone didn't look anything like me. I felt a growing sense of dread in my chest. Someone had been using my card and I had no idea who they were or how they had managed to get their hands on my information. It was becoming clear that this was no simple case of lost or stolen property. The person who had been using my card had been incredibly careful, never leaving a trace of their identity behind. The more I investigated, the more I realized how vulnerable I had become. In a world where our personal information is so easily accessed, it seemed almost impossible to keep track of who had access to our lives. I continued to dig into the issue, reaching out to my bank and the authorities for help. The bank began a formal investigation, but the more they looked into it, the more questions arose. The charges seemed to be from different areas of the city, places I had never visited, and there was no clear link between them. The authorities were also investigating the possibility of identity theft, but they warned me that cases like mine were notoriously difficult to solve. As the days went on, I began to feel like I was losing control of my own life. The receipts kept showing up, each one more perplexing than the last. I tried to block out the anxiety that gnawed at me, but it was difficult. The feeling of being watched, of having my privacy invaded, was overwhelming. It felt like someone was out there watching my every move. Knowing things about me that I didn't even know myself, I began to question everything around me. Had anyone in my life noticed something odd? Had they seen me do something or visit a place I hadn't realized? The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. I started wondering if my friends and family were involved in some way, even though, deep down, I knew that was unlikely. Still, the suspicion lingered, creeping into my thoughts like a shadow. After several weeks, the investigation into the fraudulent charges was still ongoing. I had received no new information, but the receipts continued to accumulate. Each one felt like a further intrusion into my personal life, a reminder that someone else was out there using my money without my permission. I couldn't help but feel helpless, unable to stop what was happening. In the midst of all this uncertainty, I began to experience strange occurrences. My phone started acting erratically, sending strange texts and making odd calls that I couldn't explain. My computer was hacked and files that I had never opened seemed to be accessed. The sense of violation grew even stronger as I realized that this wasn't just about money. It was about control. Someone had access to my entire life and they were using it for their own purposes. I tried to take back control, changing all my passwords and securing my devices, but it didn't seem to matter. The strange events continued. It was as if someone was always one step ahead. Anticipating my every move, I began to feel paranoid, always looking over my shoulder, wondering if the person responsible was close by watching me from afar. Eventually, the authorities managed to track down the source of the fraud. It turned out that my information had been compromised through a security breach at a major retailer I had shopped at months earlier. The breach had exposed millions of customers' personal data, including mine. The thief had used this information to make purchases in my name, and they had been careful to cover their tracks at every turn. I was relieved that the mystery had been solved, but the sense of violation remained. The damage had already been done, though the authorities caught the criminal. I couldn't shake the feeling that I would never fully recover from this experience. The trust one had once had in the systems that were supposed to protect me had been shattered. I would never be able to look at a receipt the same way again. The invasion of my privacy had left a lasting mark on my sense of security, and no amount of restitution could undo the damage it had caused. In the end, I learned a painful lesson about the fragility of personal security in the digital age. Despite all the precautions we take, there are always vulnerabilities that can be exploited. The experience changed the way I viewed the world, making me more cautious, more aware and, ultimately, more guarded. I would never forget the moment when I first saw those receipts, those purchases I hadn't made in stores I had never been to. It was a reminder that sometimes the world can be a far more dangerous place than we realize. Story 38. It started on an ordinary Tuesday morning. I was on my way to work, just like any other day. The bus was packed, but I managed to find a seat. I was tired, my mind still foggy, from not having had enough sleep the night before, so I leaned my head against the window, staring blankly at the passing streets. I didn't think much of the two people sitting behind me at first. They were talking quietly, almost as if they were sharing personal details in a soft, respectful manner. I didn't even bother to listen, thinking it was just another conversation among strangers, but something about their voices felt too familiar. The more I heard, the more their words began to stick in my mind. They were talking about me. At first I thought I was just imagining things. How could they know about me? But then they began to mention details I had never shared with anyone. They were talking about my job, the very position I had been in for the past 6 months. They spoke about a specific project I had been working on, something I had only discussed with a handful of colleagues. I froze in my seat, my heart suddenly racing. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I must be mistaken, but they kept going. They even knew about my relationship, the struggles I've been going through with my partner, things we hadn't even talked about in public. The anxiety that started creeping up on me was unlike anything I had felt before. I tried to focus on something else, on the scenery outside the bus, but their voices were impossible to ignore. "She's still having trouble at work," one of them said. "You know that project that failed last month? It really took a toll on her." The words hit me like a punch to the stomach. I had never told anyone about how much that failure had affected me, not even my closest friends. How could they know this? I could feel my palms beginning to sweat. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, trying to ignore them. Maybe they were just talking about someone else with the same name, or someone who happened to be going through a similar situation. But then they mentioned the name of the coffee shop I often visited on my lunch breaks. It was the one place I had been frequenting almost every day for the past year, yet I had never seen these two people before. How could they know that? How could they know my coffee order, the one I always got? I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. A cold wave of panic washed over me. I wanted to turn around and confront them to ask how they knew so much about me, but the words caught in my throat. The bus felt too small, and the distance between me and the two strangers seemed too far to bridge. Instead, I tried to tune them out, hoping that if I didn't listen, they would stop talking about me. But the details kept coming, more invasive than before. They spoke about my childhood, about my parents, my upbringing, things I had only ever shared with the closest people in my life. I was becoming increasingly paranoid. How could they know all of this? I hadn't been talking about these things with anyone. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone following me? Had they somehow been collecting information on me for months? I felt a sharp, overwhelming sense of dread. For the first time, I felt completely exposed. The thought that someone had been quietly observing my every move, gathering details about my life, was terrifying. I had always taken precautions to keep my life private, to guard my personal space, but it felt as if I was being violated in the worst possible way. It was as though I had no control over what was being said about me. No way to stop it. The two strangers continued their conversation, unaware of the panic they were causing in me. They began discussing things I hadn't even thought about in years, old friends who had drifted out of my life, a brief but intense affair I'd had a while back, things that were long buried in my memory, things I had never shared with anyone. And now these strangers were talking about them as if they were common knowledge. My stomach turned. I wanted to get off the bus. I wanted to run far away from these people, to escape the suffocating realization that my privacy was no longer mine. I felt like I had become a character in someone else's story, a story being told without my consent, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, unsure of how to react or whether anyone else on the bus even noticed what was happening. They spoke so casually, so easily, like they had every right to know my deepest secrets. Finally, the bus stopped at my destination. I practically jumped out of my seat, my legs feeling unsteady beneath me. I glanced over my shoulder one last time, but the two strangers had already turned their attention to something else. They didn't even look at me as I walked past them, but the weight of their words still hung in the air, suffocating me. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I tried to shake off what had happened, but it gnawed at me. How could they have known so much about me? The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. I began to question everyone around me, wondering if anyone had been secretly observing my life, piecing it together in ways that felt too personal to be accidental. That night I went home and checked every corner of my apartment, as though looking for some hidden camera or recording device. I even checked my phone, wondering if someone had been tracking my messages or listening to my conversations. But everything seemed normal. There were no signs of anything out of place, no proof that anyone had been spying on me. Still, the fear lingered. The thought that my private life was no longer truly mine haunted me. I couldn't tell anyone about it. Who would believe me? How could I explain that two strangers on the bus knew things about me that no one else did? I would sound insane, so I kept it to myself, walking around every day with the unsettling feeling that someone somewhere knew everything about me. It was a terrifying thought. The world had always felt like a place I could navigate safely, where my personal boundaries were respected. But now that sense of security was gone, I no longer felt like I was in control of my own narrative. It was as if my life had become an open book for someone else to read, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. And to this day I still wonder, who were those strangers? How did they know so much, and was I just one of many people they had been quietly observing? I may never have the answers, but the fear they instilled in me remains. It's a fear I carry with me every day, the fear that my life is not as private as I once thought. Story 39. I had never thought much about the ride-sharing drivers I met. They were just people passing through my life. Like so many others, I entered the cab with the usual detached politeness that comes from interacting with strangers. The driver, a middle-aged man, greeted me quietly, his voice muffled by the sound of the car starting. I didn't think much of it. It was a short ride, the kind I had taken countless times before. I've never been the type to chat much with cab drivers. Most people just want to get from point A to point B without any unnecessary conversation, and that's how I liked it. The driver was quiet too. He asked if I wanted the heat turned up or if the music was okay. His tone was polite but distant, which I appreciated. I kept to myself, staring out the window, half listening to the hum of the engine and the occasional rattle of the streetlights passing by. But as we neared my stop, something unusual happened. The driver glanced at me through the rear-view mirror, his eyes meeting mine for a split second before he spoke again. "See you tomorrow." He said the words were casual, but they hung in the air heavy and confusing. I felt a knot form in my stomach. I wasn't sure if he meant it as a joke or if he was just being friendly in a way I wasn't used to. But something about the way he said it made me uneasy. I hadn't planned on taking another ride anytime soon. I hadn't booked a ride for the next day, nor did I have any reason to. His words didn't make sense to me. I paid him, said nothing in response, and quickly exited the car. I didn't even look back, feeling the familiar rush of discomfort that comes from an unexpected interaction. I tried to shake it off. As I made my way into my building, the cool air hit me, the sounds of the street, muted by the thick walls of the apartment complex. It wasn't until I got inside that I realized how unsettled I felt. Why would he say that? I had taken plenty of rides with drivers before, but no one had ever spoken to me like that. No one had ever said, "See you tomorrow," as if we were already planning another meeting the next morning. I went about my day as usual, trying to focus on work and the errands I had to run, but throughout the day I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The memory of the driver's words kept creeping back into my mind, nagging at me like a persistent itch that wouldn't go away. It wasn't just the oddness of the phrase. It was the fact that it felt like he knew something I didn't like. He was anticipating something that hadn't even happened yet. That evening I found myself checking my phone, considering booking a ride. I hadn't planned on it, but the thought of seeing the driver again was unsettling. Part of me wanted to just avoid it entirely, but curiosity was getting the better of me. I pulled up and booked a ride, deciding it was better to address the situation head-on rather than letting it linger in my mind. I didn't expect to see him again. When the car pulled up in front of my building, I froze there. He was the same driver. He smiled at me as I approached, as though we had met countless times before, like we were familiar. In a way that made no sense. I hesitated, my heart rate picking up, but I climbed into the car anyway. The door clicked shut behind me, and for a moment neither of us said anything. His gaze was fixed on the road ahead, but there was something in the air between us. It wasn't the casual indifference of the first ride. It was almost like he was waiting for me to say something, anything. But I didn't. I just stared out the window, trying to ignore the way my hands were starting to sweat. After a few moments he spoke again, "Going somewhere special tonight?" His voice was soft, almost too soft. Like he already knew where I was going. I swallowed hard. "Just a quick trip," I replied, my voice shaky. I didn't like the way he was looking at me in the mirror. There was something almost possessive in his gaze. Like he wasn't just a driver. He was someone who had an interest in me. Beyond the usual transaction, the rest of the ride felt like an eternity. I tried to concentrate on the street, lights flashing by, the tires on the road, anything that would distract me from the feeling in my gut. He didn't say anything else, but the silence between us felt suffocating, filled with unspoken tension. When we reached my destination, I couldn't get out of the car fast enough. I didn't say goodbye, didn't thank him. I just opened the door and stepped out, my legs unsteady beneath me. As I closed the door, I heard him call out in his usual casual tone, "See you tomorrow." The words hit me like a punch to the stomach. I turned quickly, not allowing myself to acknowledge him. The weight of his gaze lingered on my back as I walked away. I didn't plan on booking another ride with him. In fact, I made sure I had no need to take another ride for the foreseeable future, but I couldn't stop thinking about him, about the way he had spoken to me, as if we were already connected in some strange way. It wasn't just his words, it was the way he looked at me, like he was waiting for something, expecting something from me. The next day I received a notification on my phone. My ride history had been updated with a new ride scheduled for the following day. The notification was from the same driver. I didn't remember booking it. I didn't even know how it had happened. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the screen. How could he know? How could he have booked a ride for me without my permission? I immediately tried to cancel it, but the app wouldn't let me. It was as if the ride had been set in motion and there was no way to stop it. My mind raced and I felt a cold sweat break out across my skin. I didn't know how he had done it, but I knew one thing for sure: I wasn't going to get in that car again. Story 40 late. I paused for a moment, trying to process the question. The thing was, I had never mentioned owning a dog to him or to anyone at the office for that matter. In fact, I hadn't spoken much about my personal life at all in the workplace, keeping conversations focused mostly on professional matters. I quickly looked up from my computer screen, trying to make sense of the situation. My mind raced as I tried to figure out where this question had come from. Had I somehow let it slip in a previous conversation, or was he just assuming? The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. How could he know something so specific about my life without ever mentioning it in that split second? I wondered if I had said something about dogs in a past conversation, maybe while talking about a neighbor's pet or a childhood memory, but I couldn't recall a single instance where the topic had come up. I realized that this wasn't just an innocent question. There was something a bit strange about it. It felt as though he knew something I didn't, and that was making me uneasy. I decided to respond in a new, neutral manner, not giving away any information that would imply I had a dog. "I'm not sure what you mean," I replied, my tone calm but slightly puzzled. I gave him a polite smile, hoping he would realize that I hadn't understood his question. Maybe he had mistaken me for someone else, or perhaps he had overheard a conversation from another colleague, one who did know about my supposed dog. He looked a bit flustered for a moment, and I could tell that he hadn't expected me to react the way I did. He took a step back, clearly realizing that I hadn't acknowledged the dog he was referring to. "Oh, I must have misunderstood," he said, his voice trailing off as he quickly turned to walk away. But before he left, he threw one more glance in my direction, his eyes still curious, but now tinged with confusion. As he walked off, I found myself lost in thought. I couldn't shake the feeling that something about this situation was off. Why would he ask about a dog that I had never mentioned own? It wasn't like I had been keeping a secret, but it still felt strange to have someone ask me such a personal question when they had no way of knowing about it. I tried to push the thought out of my mind and return to my work, but the question lingered in the back of my mind throughout the rest of the day. Was it possible that he was just making small talk? Could it be that he had seen something that gave him the impression I owned a dog? I was perplexed and, no matter how much I tried to focus on the task at hand, my thoughts kept drifting back to that strange conversation. The more I reflected on it, the more I realized that the question had made me uncomfortable. It wasn't just the fact that he knew something about me that I hadn't shared. It was the way he had asked it. His tone had been so certain, as if he had no doubt in his mind that I had a dog. It felt like an invasion of privacy. Even though it was just a simple question about a pet, I decided to let it go, chalking up to a misunderstanding or a simple mix-up on his part. After all, there could have been any number of reasons. He might have thought I had a dog. Maybe he had overheard someone else talking about it, or maybe he had seen a picture of a dog on my phone when I wasn't paying attention. There were plenty of explanations that didn't involve any deep, mysterious knowledge about my personal life. Still, the incident stuck with me, and I found myself wondering if there was something more to it. Could he have somehow found out about my dog in another way? I wasn't one to believe in conspiracy theories, but this whole situation had a strange, almost eerie vibe to it. What was it about this coworker that made me feel like there was more going on than just a simple question? Over the next few days, I kept an eye on him, looking for any signs that might suggest he knew more than he was letting on. He was always friendly but distant, never showing any interest in getting to know me beyond the occasional polite exchange. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me, as though he were waiting for me to reveal something. I continued to avoid bringing up the topic of dogs, even in casual conversations with other co-workers. I didn't want to give him any more clues that might lead him to believe I had a dog, and yet, as the days passed, I began to notice more and more strange things happening around the office. I'd find a dog-related meme on my desk or hear a conversation about pets that seemed to focus on me, even though I hadn't contributed to it. Each time I felt a pang of anxiety, as if someone was trying to push me into acknowledging something I wasn't ready to admit, but I didn't know what that something was. It wasn't as though I was hiding a dog in my office or anything like that. Still, the coincidences kept piling up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper connection between all of these small events. One afternoon I decided to conf him directly, hoping to put my mind at ease. I waited until after work hours, when the office was mostly empty, and approached him at his desk. "I've been thinking about our conversation the other day," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "and I was wondering how you knew about my dog." He looked up at me, his eyes widening in surprise. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about," he replied, his tone a little too quick and defensive. "I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I guess I just assumed." I studied his face closely, trying to gauge whether he was being truthful. There was something about his reaction that didn't sit right with me. He seemed too eager to dismiss the question, as though he were hiding something. But instead of pressing him further, I decided to walk away, telling myself that I had done my part in clearing up the misunderstanding. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't let it go. The of why he had asked about my dog still nagged at me. It wasn't just that I didn't own a dog, it was the whole strange series of events that had followed. What did it all mean? Was there a deeper explanation behind his question, or had it just been a random, harmless comment? As time passed, the situation faded into the background of my life, but I couldn't forget the unease it had caused me. It had been an odd experience, one that left me questioning my own understanding of the people around me, and while I never found out exactly why my coworker asked about my dog, I couldn't help but feel that I would always carry a sense of curiosity and perhaps a little weariness about the things that people know about me, things I never told them. Story 41. My grocery cart had items I didn't pick up, but they were exactly what I planned to buy. Next, the store was unnaturally quiet, with only a handful of other customers scattered throughout the aisles. The fluorescent lights buzzed softly overhead, creating an almost hypnotic hum that made everything feel surreal. I moved through the familiar layout methodically, my list clutched tightly in my hand. Every item was accounted for, yet the cart carried more than what I had intended. Canned goods, snack items, toiletries, things I hadn't even considered buying were suddenly there as if someone else had taken over my shopping mission. At first I dismissed it as a mistake. Perhaps I had, absent-minded, placed something extra in the cart, but that didn't explain the precision of it. All the items weren't random. They fit perfectly into the gaps of what I still needed to buy. It was as though someone had read my mind and anticipated my next move. A chill ran down my spine at the thought. How could this be possible? I moved slowly down the frozen foods aisle, my mind racing through possibilities. Maybe there was some glitch with the store system, a faulty algorithm that generated items based on anticipated future purchases. But even that seemed too far-fetched. There was no way a machine could understand my personal needs. So intimately my gut told me otherwise. It wasn't a glitch or some automated process. It was something far more unsettling. I pushed the cart forward, my hands gripping the handle tighter than necessary. The quietness of the store felt oppressive, each step echoing more loudly in the emptiness. I glanced around again, scanning the few other shoppers. They moved slowly, unaware or perhaps indifferent to the unnerving dissonance in the air. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, that every aisle, every product held the weight of hidden intentions. As I made my way through the personal care section, this sensation intensified. The toiletries added to my cart, things I hadn't picked but were there, felt invasive. Each product felt like a breach of my privacy, my personal choices being taken from my mind. Without consent. I wanted to ask the store staff to find out if something strange had been happening, but the words caught in my throat. What could I even say? Someone picked my future purchases from me. It sounded ridiculous, even to my own ears. The checkout line was mercifully short, and yet the small hum of the cash register became deafening in my ears. The clerk barely acknowledged my presence as they scanned the odd selection of items in my cart. I wanted to ask, to demand answers, but I knew they wouldn't understand. How could they? There was no logical explanation. I was losing control, or so it felt. Once home, the unsettled over me like a thick fog. I set the groceries down on the kitchen counter and stared at them, questioning their existence. Each item seemed to whisper its presence as if they carried a sinister meaning beyond what I could comprehend. I sat at the table trying to piece together the events of the day, but the fragments refused to align. My mind raced through scenarios attempting to make sense of what had happened. But the more I thought, the less certain I became. That night I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. Every small sound from outside felt amplified. A distant car passing by, the soft creak of the house settling the silence, wasn't a comfort anymore. It felt ominous, filled with something I couldn't see or understand. The items I didn't choose haunted me as if a stranger had invaded my thoughts and manipulated them. The realization hit me harder as the hours passed. This wasn't just a mistake, it wasn't a glitch nor a coincidence. Someone knew someone had crossed the boundaries of my private life and planted fragments of my future in my grasp. And the worst part, there was no way to undo it, no escape from the knowledge that my decisions were no longer entirely my own. The psychological weight of it all became unbearable. The line between reality and manipulation blurred, and I feared what might come next. Would they return, altering my choices again? Would they follow me, pushing me further into a world where nothing was sacred? The horror wasn't in the unknown. It was in knowing that someone somewhere had gained control over the most personal aspects of my life. And that knowledge would stay with me. A haunting reminder that privacy is an illusion in a world where minds can be invaded without warning. Story 42. The evening it started off like any other. After a long day at work, I found myself sitting in my car, scrolling through my phone, while parked outside the grocery store. The chill of autumn crept in through the window, and the soft hum of the heater provided little comfort against the creeping darkness. The streetlights flickered above, casting eerie shadows across the asphalt. It was a quiet town, one where things like this didn't happen, but tonight felt different. I could sense it in the air. I had intended to withdraw a small amount of cash from the ATM, just enough for groceries and maybe a quick coffee on the way home. As I inserted my card, I followed the usual steps, entering my PIN and requesting the withdrawal. However, when the machine spat out the money, I noticed something strange. The amount was higher than I had expected, almost double what I had intended to take out initially. I thought it must be a mistake. Perhaps the receipt hadn't updated correctly or the machine had malfunctioned. Yet the money was in my hand, tangible, able and real. Driving home, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that had settled in my chest. It wasn't just about the unexpected cash. It was the eerie silence of the night and how it seemed to stretch beyond normal limits. The streets were devoid of people, and even the occasional car that passed by felt distant, disconnected. The more I thought about the situation, the more I began to question my own perception of reality. Was I simply overreacting, or was something deeper at play? Once home, I laid the cash out on the kitchen table. Counting it carefully, there were hundreds more than I should have received. A sick feeling crept in as I realized there was no trace of this excess amount on my receipt. It was almost as if the machine had forgotten the transaction entirely, panic said, and not because of the money itself, but because of the unsettling void where logic and explanation should have been. I spent the next few hours retracing my steps. I examined the ATM, checked my bank account online, and even called customer service. Each attempt yielded the same result, a glaring absence of the extra funds. It was as though the event had been wiped clean from any official record. What was even more disturbing was that no one else seemed to notice. Friends and co-workers dismissed it as an error, chalking it up to the occasional glitches that machines endure. Yet something inside me knew that this went beyond a mere technical iCal malfunction. The following days were a blur of unease. The world felt detached, as if it existed in a thin veil. My thoughts were fragmented, and I struggled to focus on everyday tasks. It wasn't just about the money anymore. It was the knowledge that reality could be so easily manipulated, so effortlessly distorted. The boundaries of normally seemed to blur, and paranoia began to creep into my mind. Every sound outside, every flicker of movement made my skin crawl. I confided in a few close friends, but their reassurance has only made things worse. Their explanations, their attempts to normalize the situation only added to the dissonance I felt. I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at work, something that wasn't being acknowledged. Every glance in the rearview mirror felt weighted, with unseen eyes watching me. Every corner turn seemed darker, more shadowed than it should have been then. Late one night, while scrolling through my phone, I came across a story, a news article, buried deep in the archives. It described similar events from years ago, cases where people had withdrawn cash from ATMs and ended up with more than they should have. In those stories, the amounts were substantial, but the common threat was always the same: no paper trail, no record, and an overwhelming sense of isolation and dread. The individuals in those cases were left to question their own sanity, to grapple with a reality that seemed bent on warping the truth. I realized then that I wasn't alone. There were others who had experienced this, who had fallen into the same abyss of uncertainty and fear. The thought comforted me for a moment, but it didn't ease the unease. If this had happened before, if there were others like me, then perhaps the situation was even darker than I had feared. The idea that someone, something, could manipulate reality so easily, without consequence, was a chilling notion that left me awake into the early hours. Staring at the ceiling, story 43, the stranger at the library handed me a book and said, "This one's perfect for you." I took the book, unsure of what to make of the gesture. There was an unsettling calm in their voice, one that sent a chill down my spine. I glanced at the title, something about memories and regret, but the title itself seemed irrelevant. What lingered was the strange weight of their words. As I walked home with the book tucked under my arm, a sense of unease began to take hold. There was something off about that encounter. The way they looked at me, like they knew more than they should, left me feeling exposed. I tried to push it aside, convincing myself that it was just a harmless interaction. Yet the feeling of being watched only intensified with each step I took. That night I sat in my dimly lit living room, flipping through the pages. The book was dense, filled with stories of people dealing with memories they wished they could erase. The more I read, the more the story seemed to mirror moments from my own life, things I had long buried, forgotten, or suppressed. A knot began to form in my stomach as the words blurred together. Sleep evaded me that night, my mind racing with thoughts. I kept coming back to the stranger's words, their gaze, their strange confidence in handing me that particular book. What if they had known things about me that I hadn't even realized? The walls around my apartment seemed to close in, and a feeling of claustrophobia took over. It was irrational. Yet so palpable days passed and the book became a heavy burden. The stories it contained felt too personal, too haunting. I tried to return it to the library, but every time I approached, a feeling of dread overtook me. It was as if the building itself resisted my presence. I could hear whispers in the background, though no one else seemed to notice. My friends noticed the change in me, the distant look in my eyes, the way I withdrew from conversations, but when they asked, I dismissed it with vague answers. How could I explain something so unexplainable? Then came the dreams, vivid, disturbing dreams where I was forced to confront memories I had long suppressed, faces I had forgotten, moments I had convinced myself were insignificant, all played on repeat. In those dark hours, I woke up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, feeling as if something unseen had touched the depths of my soul. It was as if the book had become a doorway to a part of me I couldn't control. One evening, after weeks of restless nights, I decided to seek professional help. Dr. Higgins, a psychiatrist I had been seeing for years, listened intently. She observed, obeyed me closely, her brow furrowing slightly. As I recounted everything, the encounter, the book, the feelings of unease. "It's possible," she said softly, "that these memories have been pushed so far into the recesses of your mind that they've begun to resurface in a way you can't ignore." Her words sent a wave of cold through me, confirming a fear I had yet to fully confront. Over the following weeks, I went through therapy sessions working to unearth the buried memories. Each left me exhausted, but the book remained at the back of my mind like an unwelcome companion. It wasn't just the stories inside that haunted me, but the unsettling realization that they may have been tailored for me by someone who knew far more than they let on. The final session with Dr. Higgins was intense. She guided me through a deep regression, a memory dredging exercise. Slowly, carefully images surfaced, moments I thought were long gone, moments I had refused to acknowledge. The stranger at the library had not just handed me a book, they had handed me a key to the darkest parts of my own mind. Story 44. I found a pair of gloves on my car's dashboard, and they weren't mine. It started like any other day. I had parked my car in the same spot. I always did, a quiet, rarely used section of the office parking lot. The sun had barely begun to rise. When I got into my car, tired and looking forward to some rest after a long day, I reached for the ignition, but something caught my eye. A pair of black leather gloves sat neatly folded on the dashboard, just resting there like they belonged. They weren't mine. At first I thought maybe I had left them there the night before, forgotten in my usual rush to get home. But that didn't make sense. I always make sure to clear everything for my car before leaving for the night. Plus those gloves weren't familiar to me. They were soft, worn at the edges, as if someone had used them frequently, but they were not mine. I ran my fingers along the smooth leather, turning them over in my hands, trying to find some kind of tag or label. There was nothing, just an uncomfortable, creeping feeling that wouldn't let go. My initial reaction was confusion, followed quickly by unease. Who could have put them there? I didn't recognize the gloves, and the idea of someone deliberately leaving them on my dashboard made my stomach churn. My mind raced through scenarios. Maybe someone had accidentally left them, thinking they belonged to me, but the thought was hollow. Who would do that without reaching out? No phone number, no note, just gloves. As I drove to work, I kept glancing at them out of the corner of my eye. They sat in silence, a constant reminder of their presence. The more I tried to dismiss it, the more the situation glared at me. My car was a space I considered private, somewhere safe, a place where I could be alone with my thoughts, where I didn't have to worry about anything or anyone. The idea that someone had been inside it without my knowledge sent a ripple of discomfort down my spine throughout the day. The gloves were a persistent thought at the back of my mind. I couldn't concentrate. Every interaction with a coworker, every conversation seemed shallow. My sense of security had been shattered, even if I couldn't explain exactly why. I tried to think logically to dismiss it as an innocent mistake. Maybe someone had meant to leave them on the passenger seat but placed them on the dashboard by accident. But it still didn't explain how they ended up there in the first place or why no one had come forward to claim them. I went through a checklist of possibilities. Perhaps I had parked in a less familiar area and someone mistook my car for theirs. Still no answer felt satisfying. Even if someone had meant to leave them there by accident, Why not leave a note? Why not say something? The deliberate placement of the glove spoke of intention, not carelessness. By the time I left work, the sun had set and the drive home felt lonelier than usual. The silence in my car, normally comforting, was oppressive. The gloves sat there like an unwanted guest, their presence filling the space with tension. I found myself unable to shake the thought that whoever had placed them there knew exactly what they were doing. They wanted me to find them. They wanted to leave something behind, a subtle message, a challenge of sorts. When I parked in my driveway, I sat in the car for a while staring at the gloves. I wondered if they were laced with something, though I dismissed the thought almost instantly. It was paranoia creeping in, fed by a mounting sense of unease. Still, the idea that someone had been so close to my personal space, so intimately involved with something I considered mine, made me feel vulnerable in ways I couldn't explain. Sleep was restless that night. Every sound outside the house had me on edge. Every shadow cast by streetlights seemed like a potential figure lurking nearby. My thoughts spun in circles. Why gloves? Why my car? And why did they feel so deliberate, so deeply calculated? The rational part of my mind tried to bring calm, but it was overshadowed by the unsettling reality that I wasn't alone in my space anymore. The next day I removed the gloves from my car. I left them on my porch, not knowing what else to do with them. They were still there in the morning, untouched, just lying on the welcome mat. It was as if they were waiting for me to confront them again. I couldn't bring myself to touch them a second time, so I left them there and went inside. The cycle repeated: restlessness, paranoia, and the unsettling feeling that someone was out there watching. Every time I got in the car, I searched for more than just the gloves. I searched for something else, some hint, some clue that would make sense of the intrusion, but nothing came. The silence that followed was worse than the presence of the gloves. It was as if whoever had placed them had disappeared entirely, leaving only the uncertainty behind. Weeks passed and the gloves remained. I refused to bring them inside or throw them away. They were a reminder, a physical symbol of a boundary crossed, of an invasion I couldn't explain. The fear of the unknown lingered. Each drive became more uncomfortable, each moment of solitude tainted by the thought that someone had been there, that my privacy had been violated. No one ever came forward to claim the gloves, and no one else seemed to notice them. It felt like a hidden nightmare, one I couldn't wake from. Story 45. My neighbor called me by a different name and said, "It's been so long since we last talked." The words hit me like a heavy weight lingering in the air between us. At first I thought I had misheard her. Maybe she had the wrong house, the wrong person entirely, but the look in her eyes told me otherwise. She was certain, confused, and a little disoriented. I adjusted my glasses and stared back at her. Her gaze was steady, almost expectant, as if I should recognize her. Immediately I racked my brain, searching for any memory that could tie her to my past, but there was nothing. I knew every corner of this neighborhood, every face in the small community, and yet this woman was a stranger. "I think you've got the wrong person," I said carefully, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know who you are." The words felt unnatural on my tongue, like trying to recall something lost, but never had. Her expression didn't falter, instead softened with a strange pity. "No," she said, shaking her head gently, "it's you. You just don't remember yet." Her voice was calm, almost soothing, but it sent a chill down my spine. She spoke with such confidence that it made me feel as though I were losing my grip on reality. I took a step back toward the porch, suddenly uneasy. The familiarity in her tone wasn't comforting. It was invasive. How could she be so sure? How could I forget someone like her if we had indeed met before? I glanced around at my quiet street, the houses lined up just as they had always been, the soft hum of a distant lawn mower. Nothing seemed out of place, but she did. "I don't know how you know my name, but it's not right," I said firmly, raising my voice slightly. The act of denying her certainty felt necessary, a defense against the UNKN creeping up my spine. Yet her smile persisted unfazed. "It's been years, but I've never forgotten you," she said, stepping closer, her voice lowering to a whisper. "We were close once. You just blocked me out." I shook my head again harder, this time as if doing so would make the words vanish. "That's impossible. I've lived here for almost a decade. I don't recall anything like that. Her eyes softened even more. A strange sadness crossed in her face. You don't remember because you don't want to. It's easier that way, isn't it? The insinuation sent another jolt through my body. Her words were unnerving, not because of what she said, but because of how convincing she seemed. It was as if she had walked out of my past reservist. After years of being forgotten, bringing along memories I had locked away, I retreated further into my porch, the wooden steps creaking under my weight. I don't know what game you're playing, but you're mistaken, I said firmly, my voice rising again. There's no way we've ever met. She didn't seem perturbed by my refusal to accept her claims. If anything, her calm demeanor made the situation worse. You'll remember, she said softly, her voice, a haunting lullaby. It always comes back. Nightfall began to settle in the street, lights flickering on as the sun dipped below the horizon. The quiet hum of the neighborhood, so familiar during the day, now felt oppressive. I shut the door behind me, locking it with more force than necessary, as if that simple action would keep the truth or whatever she claimed to herself. But sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, her face appeared taunting me with memories I couldn't access, emotions I couldn't recognize. I tossed and turned restless until finally I surrendered to the dark abyss of thoughts. In the morning, the world outside seemed more normal. The sun rose brightly, the birds sang their usual songs, and everything looked the same as it always had. Yet the events from the night before lingered in my mind like a phantom. I avoided looking out the window, afraid that she might still be there, waiting for another confrontation. Still, the feeling of her presence didn't leave. Her words echoed in my mind, repeating like a haunting mantra. I went about my day running errands, chatting with a few neighbors, but nothing could shake the underlying anxiety gnawing at me. Every glance I cast toward unfamiliar faces felt loaded with suspicion. By the evening, I found myself back on the porch. I sat there staring out into the street, waiting for something, anything to feel real. Again. The neighborhood was quiet once more, but her words resounded louder than ever. You'll remember, she had said, and I couldn't shake the thought that somehow she was right. Story 46. I received a text that simply said, "I'm outside." It was a message that sent a chill down my spine the moment I read it. At first I assumed it was a prank, maybe one of my friends trying to mess with me. But as I stared at the screen, the implicity of those 3 words started to feel deeply unsettling. No explanation, no context. Just those 3 unsettling words, it was enough to make my hands tremble. As I gripped my phone tightly, I glanced out the window immediately, hoping to spot someone lurking at the edge of the street. The street was empty, bathed in the dim glow of the street, lights stretching endlessly into the distance. My house sat isolated at the end of the block, with no immediate neighbors. The silence was oppressive, stretching far beyond what felt normal at this hour. Yet there was nothing to see, no figure waiting there in the dark still. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't truly alone, trying to convince myself it was a joke. I sent a message back, "Who is this?" But I received no response, but just another unsettling reminder that I had been left hanging, not knowing if it was a joke or something far more sinister. The house was still, save for the occasional sound of the clock ticking in the background. I knew that sound far too well, but tonight it felt magnified, growing louder. With every passing second, my mind raced through different scenarios. Was someone watching? Had they been outside for hours waiting for me to make a move? I checked the door locks twice and the windows several more times, though the rational part of me told me it was excessive. Nothing about this situation felt rational anymore. The night dragged on, and every time the wind rustled the leaves outside I jumped slightly. Each creak in the old wooden floorboards sounded unnaturally loud. In the silence, I kept thinking I heard something, footsteps, a faint whir, but when I investigated, nothing was there. It was maddening. My anxiety had reached a point where even the smallest noises felt like warning signs, pushing me further into paranoia. Sleep was impossible. My mind wouldn't shut off. I kept replaying the message in my head, trying to understand its meaning. I'm outside, where the simplicity of the message left everything open to interpretation. Were they in the backyard, or had they been there for hours? Was watching through the windows unseen. I couldn't sit still anymore. I moved from room to room, flicking on lights, double-checking locks again and again. The house felt too quiet, too empty. It was as if the world outside had grown darker, heavier. The walls pressed in around me, suffocating me with their silence. Hours passed and the exhaustion took its toll. My body ached with the need for rest, but my mind was too wired, too alert. I tried to distract myself with television, but the glow of the screen only made shadows dance more vividly across the room. My heart pounded in my chest as I replayed every detail over and over, every word, every silence. It was overwhelming. By morning I was a mess. My eyes were bloodshot, my thoughts scattered and disjointed. The sun rose weakly, casting a muted light into the house. The outside world felt distant and disconnected, as though the darkness from the night had seeped into every corner of my mind. I hadn't dared step outside again. The thought of facing whatever or whoever might have been waiting for me was unbearable. Days passed in a haze. The text was still there on my phone, the only reminder of that terrifying night. I left it unread. Unable to respond, I avoided checking my messages altogether, fearing that any new notifications might push me further into madness. My friends noticed my absence, growing concerned. After I didn't show up for dinner or respond to calls, I managed to lie, claiming I wasn't feeling well, too drained to explain the full extent of what had happened. The psychological toll began to manifest itself in strange ways, small things at first, misplacing keys or forgetting where I had left my phone. But these small mishaps spiraled into full-on paranoia. I began locking every door and window, not just at night but during the day as well. I avoided looking out the windows too, afraid to meet anyone's gaze or, worse, see something that wasn't there. One evening, after a week of sleepless nights, I found myself in the kitchen, staring out the window into the darkened street. The message haunted me, still like a ghostly whisper in my ear. Suddenly I saw something, just a shadow, passing quickly in the distance. My breath hitched as I squinted through the glass, but whatever it was gone on. In an instant, was I seeing things? Was my mind playing tricks on me? I couldn't trust my own eyes anymore. The lines between reality and my thoughts blurred, making it impossible to distinguish between what was truly happening and what I had imagined. Eventually I called the police. I explained everything, the message, the growing unease, the fear that someone had been waiting outside. They assured me they would patrol the area more frequently, but I knew that wouldn't solve everything. Fear had taken the root deep within me and I wasn't sure how to shake it off. Days became weeks and still I lived with that lingering dread. The text message, simple, haunting and impossible to ignore, remained unread, because once I hit send, once I asked whoever was outside to explain themselves, I knew there would be no turning back. Story 47. The server at the restaurant brought me my usual order, but I'd never been to that place before. The moment I walked through the door, there was an overwhelming sense of familiarity that I couldn't quite place. The dim lighting cast long shadows over the tables and the low hum of conversation filled the room, creating a strangely comforting atmosphere. Everything about it seemed familiar, too familiar, but I couldn't recall ever visiting this place before. The familiarity was unsettling, like stepping into a dream where the details are just off enough to disturb. The server's movements were smooth, almost robotic. As he approached my table, he placed the plate down carefully, as if anticipating my reaction. His expression was unreadable, neutral to the point where it bordered on eerie. It wasn't just his demeanor that unnerved me. It was the way he seemed to know exactly what I wanted without asking. The food was exactly as I always ordered it, a simple sandwich with a side of fries and a drink. But I had never been to this restaurant before. I stared down at the plate, trying to reconcile the strange sensation coursing through me. The food smelled right, tasted right, yet it was as though someone had meticulously recreated my favorite meal from memory. Every bite felt too calculated, too precise, and it left me feeling disoriented. There was no way the flavors could be this spot on. Without prior knowledge, the discomfort built with each passing second. I began to notice the subtle details in the room, the faint hum of the air conditioning, the flicker of a light bulb overhead. Small things that usually go unnoticed became amplified as though they were part of some larger, meticulously crafted illusion. The conversations around me sounded distant, though people were speaking in clear tones. It felt like an intentional effort to keep me isolated within my own thoughts. I glanced around, searching for anyone else who seemed out of place, anyone who mirrored my but the other patrons seemed just as comfortable as if they belonged. The server returned after a few moments, his smile still fixed on his face. "Is everything to your liking?" he asked, his voice smooth and almost rehearsed. I opened my mouth to respond, but nothing coherent came out. I nodded, though the tension in my chest tightened with every beat of my heart. The room felt tighter, the air thicker, and yet there was no reason for it. Everything appeared normal. On the surface at least, the realization dawned on me slowly. There was no way I had made a mistake. I hadn't been here before. Yet. The more I tried to convince myself otherwise, the more the sensation of familiarity pressed down on me. The idea of déjà vu wasn't strong enough to account for this overwhelming certainty that I had lived this moment before. It felt like I was trapped in a simulation, a carefully curated experience designed to unnerve me. Panic began to creep in as my mind raced. What if this wasn't an accident? What if, in some twisted way, I had been chosen for this? The server, the exact meal, the familiar surroundings had all pointed toward a script that had been followed without deviation. My pulse quickened and I struggled to breathe evenly, the air in the room feeling heavier with every passing second. "Are you all right?" the server asked again, his voice smooth, almost soothing. I looked at him, searching for any trace of humanity beneath the facade. His eyes, devoid of emotion, held no hint of recognition, no flicker of doubt or hesitation. It was as though he had been designed to carry out this role flawlessly. Desperation set in. I tried to push back from the table, but my limbs felt heavy, sluggish. I needed to leave to escape this place that felt more like a stage than a restaurant. Yet the door was just a few feet away and something kept me glued to my seat. Fear, an irrational fear that stopping meant losing whatever fragile grasp I had on reality. "Sir, are you sure you wouldn't like a dessert?" The server's voice was soft, almost pleading. I shook my head, unable to speak. Every movement was labored as if the very air around me resisted my attempts to move. The thought crossed my mind again. What if this was a test, a cruel psychological experiment meant to trap me here forever? I could feel my mind spiraling, the lines between reality and whatever was happening blurring. Time itself seemed suspended. The conversations around me grew quieter, the room colder, yet no one else seemed to notice. I was alone in this nightmare, trapped in a place where every detail felt meticulously planned down to the smallest, most insignificant element. "Would you like me to take your plate?" The server's voice broke the silence. I nodded, unable to form words. As he lifted the plate from the table, a strange sense of finality settled over me. It was the end of something, though I couldn't tell what exactly. All that remained was a cold emptiness, a lingering sensation that I had been placed in someone else's story, a story where I no longer had control. Story 48. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a dull orange hue over the empty road as I drove home from work. It had been an unremarkable day, the kind of day where you operate on autopilot: meetings, emails, a quick lunch and a late afternoon coffee. To stave off the inevitable slump, my car hummed softly beneath me, the familiar drone of the engine, a comforting background noise that was until my eyes wandered to the dashboard. My odometer read a number far higher than it should have. At first I thought it was a trick of the light or a glitch in the display. I even blinked a few times, convinced it would correct itself. But the numbers stayed steady and my stomach began to churn with unease. I knew my weekly routine well enough to estimate my mileage. My job was less than 20 m away and my day tours were predictable. A quick stop at the grocery store, the gym or, occasionally, my sister's house. None of it added up to the extra 50 miles displayed on my odometer. The realization sent a prickle of discomfort down my spine. I racked my brain for any explanation. Had I taken a longer route one day without realizing it? Did I let someone borrow my car? The answers were all no. Yet the question lingered heavier with each passing second. I turned off the radio, the cheerful pop song suddenly grating against my nerves, and focused on the sound of the tires meeting the assault. As I navigated the final stretch to my house, I noticed an odd sensation, a nagging feeling that the roads felt unfamiliar. I had driven this route countless times, but tonight something was off. The turns seemed sharper, the shadows darker, and the air inside the car stifling, despite the open vents. I chewed it up to my rising anxiety, a natural reaction to something I could not explain. Yet the feeling didn't go away. Each street light I passed cast an unnatural glow on the pavement, as if illuminating a stage where I was the only player. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, forcing myself to focus on getting home. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I sat in the car for a moment longer than usual. The house loomed before me, dark and still, as it always was at this hour. Nothing seemed out of place. Yet the tension in my chest refused to dissipate. I glanced at the automator again, the numbers glaring at me like an accusation. My hands shook as I turned off the ignition and stepped out of the car. The cool evening air hit me, but it did little to soothe the unease settling deep in my bones. I double-checked the locks on the car before heading inside, a precaution that felt absurd but necessary. Once inside, I tossed my bag onto the kitchen counter and tried to shake the feeling of being watched. It was irrational, I knew, but the sensation clung to me like a shadow. I turned on every light in the house, letting the brightness fill the empty rooms. In the silence, I could hear my own heartbeat, quick and erratic. As I made my way to the living room, my phone buzzed. On the coffee table, a text from a friend asking if I was free for dinner this weekend. The normality of it felt jarring, a sharp contrast to the unease that had consumed me. I typed out a quick reply, my hands still unsteady. I spent the evening obsessing over the odom mater, my thoughts spiraling into dark territory. I searched online for possible explanations, but none of them seemed to fit. A faulty sensor, perhaps, but my car was only a year old and had never given me trouble before. A miscalculation on my part, unlikely given how meticulous I was about tracking my mileage. Then the more disturbing possibilities crept in. Could someone have taken my car without my knowledge? The thoughts sent a shiver through me. It seemed impossible. I always kept my keys with me and there were no signs of forced entry. But the more I considered it, the more plausible it seemed. I tried to recall every moment of the past week, every drive, every stop, but my memory felt fragmented. It was as if someone had taken a pair of scissors to the reel of my life, cutting out pieces and leaving jagged edges behind. The gaps were small, but they were there. A meeting I barely remembered attending, a phone call I was sure I had made, but couldn't recall the details of, and now, the extra miles on my car. The more I thought about it, the more the pieces refused to fit together. It was as if the odometer had uncovered a deeper, more insidious mystery, a crack in the foundation of my reality. Sleep eluded me. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with questions I could not answer. Each creak of the house made me jump, each shadow cast by the streetlights outside taking on an ominous shape. I tried to rationalize the situation, to convince myself that there was a simple explanation I had overlooked, but the feeling of being watched persisted, an unshakable weight pressing down on me. I thought about calling someone, my sister, a friend, anyone, but what would I say? That my car's odometer was wrong, and it made me feel like I was losing my mind. It sounded absurd even to me. The next day I decided to take a closer look at the car. I spent the morning inspecting every inch of it, searching for any sign of tampering. The locks, the tires, the interior, everything appeared untouched. But when I checked the gas tank, my stomach dropped. The fuel level was lower than it should have been, significantly lower. It was as if someone had driven the car extensively without refueling. The realization sent a wave of nausea through me. I hadn't imagined it. Someone had been in my car driving it while I was completely unaware. I reported the incident to the police, though I felt foolish doing so. The officer who took my statement was polite but dismissive, chalking it up to a prank or a misunderstanding. They promised to look into it but made no guarantees. I left the station feeling no closer to an answer, the weight of my fear growing heavier with each passing hour. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had driven those extra miles wasn't done. It was the kind of uneasy that burrowed deep into your mind, making you question everything you thought you knew. Over the next few days, I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. Every passing car, every unfamiliar face felt like a potential threat. I started locking my doors, obsessively, checking and rechecking them before going to bed. The car sat unused in the driveway, a silent reminder of the violation I couldn't explain. My routine became a shadow of what it had been. Every action tinged with paranoia. I even considered selling the car, but the thought felt like giving up, like letting whoever had done this win. One evening, as I sat in my living room, scrolling through my phone, I received an alert. It was from a GPS tracker app one had forgotten I installed. When I first bought the car, my heart raced as I opened it, my hands trembling. The tracker showed a route I had never taken, a series of stops at places I had never visited. The timestamps coincided with the days. I had noticed the extra miles. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Someone had been using my car and now I had proof. But the stops, their locations, were the most chilling part. They were all near my workplace, my sister's house and even my home. Whoever had taken my car had been watching me, and now they knew exactly where to find me. Story 49. The bathroom mirror had been spotless. When I left the house that morning, its surface shimmered under the dull glow of the overhead light, untouched by any streak or speck of dust. I remember the way the reflection of my own tired face stared back at me, eyes hollow and uncertain. I had just gotten out of the shower, the steam quickly dissipating into the crisp winter air. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at that moment. Just another day. By the time I returned home in the evening, the bathroom was eerily silent. The house had a peculiar stillness, the kind that makes you question whether you've forgotten something important. The mirror, though, was the real surprise. It had fogged over as if the warmth from the previous shower had left a residual imprint, but the message on it, that was something I hadn't expected. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the mind. Maybe just steam accumulating in a pattern shaped by the cold air brushing against the surface. But the words scrolled in uneven letters were unmistakable. "I see you." They read barely legible, but chilling all the same. My breath caught in my throat, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. I tried wiping it away, scrubbing the mirror with the towel until it shone once more. But no matter how hard I tried, the message never fully disappeared. It lingered faintly beneath the surface, like the imprint of something that refuses to be erased. Every time I left the bathroom, I felt as though I was leaving a piece of myself behind, something intangible, something unsettling. The rational part of me told me to go, that it was probably just an odd occurrence, a fluke. Yet the psychological unease grew stronger with each passing day. I kept finding myself standing in front of the mirror, watching the steam settle and wondering if the message would return. It felt as though someone was watching, not just from beyond the glass, but from within the confines of my own mind. Every small sound became magnified. The faint creak of the floorboards in the hallway, the ticking of the clock that echoed through the house at night, the isolation of living alone amplified the fear. I found myself questioning my own perceptions. Was it truly my mind playing tricks on me, or was there something darker at play? The uncertainty was suffocating. One evening I decided to stay awake to prove to myself that I wasn't losing control. I kept the bathroom light on all night. Its hum, the only noise in the stillness. Hours passed, but no fog message appeared. Perhaps it had been a fluke ghost of my own anxiety. Still, the tension didn't fully ease. Something about the silence was more unnerving than any message. Days passed and the pattern continued. The message returned with regularity, sometimes during the morning, sometimes in the evening, but always when I least expected it. The content varied, shifting from simple phrases to more fragmented, unsettling statements. "Watch yourself" once read in jagged letters, another time "you're not alone." It began to consume my thoughts. The isolation became unbearable, as though I were trapped in a loop of my own mind's design. The house felt less like a sanctuary and more like a stage where I was the central figure in a psychological horror story. I avoided the bathroom whenever possible, but it seemed to call to me a constant reminder that whatever was watching, whatever was leaving those messages, was not going away. Eventually I reached out to a therapist sitting in their office. I recounted every detail, every fogged message and every moment of unease. They listened, nodding in quiet contemplation, but offered no immediate answers. After a few sessions, they proposed a method to help me regain control: exposure therapy. Standing before the mirror, they encouraged me to confront the reflection, to challenge whatever thoughts plagued me. It wasn't until I stood there again, forced to face the quiet menace in the glass, that I realized something profound. The messages weren't merely words. It was something deeper, a projection of my own fears and insecurities. The mirror wasn't watching me. I was watching myself, but with a gaze twisted by the shadows of my own mind. In the end, the true horror wasn't supernatural, but deep psychological, a manifestation of solitude and self-perception twisted into something unrecognizable. The mirror had been clean when I left, but the message whispered from the depths of my own psyche would never fully disappear. Story 50N. The elevator stopped on a floor that wasn't labeled and no one got on or off. It was mid-afternoon when it happened. The building quiet, except for the faint hum of air conditioning and the occasional tapping of fingers on keyboards. I was on my way down to the main floor after a long day of meetings, thinking about the evening ahead, a quiet dinner with my partner and maybe a bit of reading before bed. When the door slid open, there was nothing but a bare hallway. The walls were a dull, off-white color, the kind you'd expect in an old office building. The lighting wasn't harsh, but it wasn't warm either. It was just neutral, devoid of any real emotion or life. No sound came from within, no people, no machinery, no hum of distant voices. For a brief moment, I wondered if the elevator had malfunctioned, landing me on an occupied floor by mistake. But there were no alarms, no flashing lights to indicate an issue. Curiosity prickled at me. I stepped out into the hallway, the quiet, swallowing the small sounds of my shoes against the carpet. There were no doors, no windows, no signs of purpose. It felt like a forgotten space tucked away in the deep recesses of a building where time had paused. I glanced back toward the elevator, half expecting it to close, immediately trapping me inside until the next floor, but it stood open, unmoving. I walked further down the hall hoping to find something, anything that might give me a clue about where I was. The air was stale, untouched, as though the space hadn't been used in years. Each step echoed slightly, bouncing off the blank walls. There was no furniture, no decorations, nothing to suggest this floor had once served a purpose. It was as if the building had been abandoned and this floor left behind, forgotten. As I turned a corner, I noticed the elevator indicator above the door flicker faintly. It read for the same floor I had been aiming for. My stomach's twisted. How could this be possible? I hadn't pressed any additional buttons. The only option was to return to the elevator and start over. But something kept me moving forward as if curiosity had rooted me in place. Time seemed to lose meaning in that space. Minutes passed, or perhaps hours, though I couldn't tell which. I checked my watch. No signal, the battery was dead. Or perhaps the building itself had a way of blocking connectivity. The silence was oppressive, pressing down on my chest with every breath. I wanted to turn back, but the idea of returning to the elevator felt like an admission of defeat. Instead, I pressed forward, searching for something, anything that might offer an explanation. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the end of the hall, which abruptly ended at a blank wall. No doors, no windows, not even a vent, just a flat surface, unbroken and smooth, as if someone had constructed it to seal off the space entirely. The air grew colder, more stifling. I shivered the hairs on the back of my neck, standing on end. My mind raced with possibilities, none of which were comforting. Returning to the elevator seemed like the only way out, but something inside me refused to move. A sense of dread settled and deeper, whispering that I couldn't trust it, that returning might lead to something worse. I thought of all the scenarios: being trapped alone, the elevator malfunctioning completely, descending deeper into a space that didn't exist in the building's layout. The possibilities felt endless and yet all equally terrifying. The silence stretched on, a heavy weight pressing against my mind. There was no time, no light, no sound. Just this void, this place that seemed to belong to no one. My thoughts became a jumble, memories, fears, and irrational fears all bleeding together. The realistic nature of it made it far more terrifying. No ghost, no shadows moving in the corner of my vision, just an empty space that defied explanation. When I finally returned to the elevator, it had closed by itself. The number on the display read 1 as if nothing had ever happened. My hands trembled as I pressed the button to the main floor, my mind racing with what had transpired. The journey down was quick, the weight of the events still lingering, but somehow less oppressive. When the doors opened again, reality turned. The bustling noise of the lobby filled my ears. The warmth of people in conversation replaced the suffocating silence. I stepped out, my breath hitching slightly. The elevator closed behind me and I didn't look back. Story 51. The sudden jolt of my phone's alarm pulled me from a deep sleep. The room was still dark, the clock on my nightstand glowing faintly 3:47 a.m. I, groggy, reached for my phone expecting to silence it, but something felt off. The melody that filled the room wasn't one I had chosen. It was a soft, haunting tune I didn't recognize. Almost as though it wasn't my phone at all. My heart skipped a beat as the familiar anxiety crept in. I sat up, the weight of sleep falling away as I processed the surreal moment. The song playing wasn't part of my usual arm play playlist. There was no way I could have set it. Every setting on my phone was meticulously controlled, alarm times, playlists, even the volume levels. This was different. This wasn't a mistake. The air in the room felt heavier, colder. I glanced around, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. The house was quiet, save for the music which played on repeat in the background. It was a slow, eerie melody that seemed to stretch time itself. The more I listened, the more unsettling it became. My fingers trembled slightly as I unlocked my phone, checking the alarm settings. There was no record of setting a new alarm, let alone one. With that song, panic began to creep in, though I fought to stay calm. Was someone trying to get into my phone? A hack? But even that felt far-fetched. I hadn't given my number or my device to anyone unfamiliar. No unknown apps had been downloaded recently. Still, the thought wouldn't leave me. My mind raced, trying to grasp some kind of logical explanation. The melody looped again, a distorted whisper barely audible beneath it. I reached for the bedside lamp, flicking it on. The sudden brightness revealed nothing unusual in the room, just the familiar outlines of furniture, the faint glow of the streetlights filtering through the curtains. Yet the sense of intrusion felt all-consuming. It wasn't about physical invasion. It was something deeper, something that felt personal in a way I couldn't describe. My breath quickened as I tried to recall if I had mentioned the song to anyone, but nothing came to mind. It was a melody that seemed too specific, too intimate to be coincidental. The more I thought, the more uneasy I became. I checked the settings again. Nothing changed. I even attempted to disable the alarm, but it wouldn't stop. The only option was to turn off the phone entirely, and even that felt like giving in to something I couldn't control. Hours passed before dawn broke, but sleep was impossible. The house remained still, yet the song persisted in my mind. The sound echoed not just through my ears but deep in my thoughts, haunting every corner of my consciousness. It was a whisper in the darkness, an invasion I couldn't escape. By the time the sun rose, I was left with a hollow sense of helplessness. Even nowadays, later, the memory of that night lingers. The song has stopped, but the feeling remains. A quiet, unsettling presence I can't explain. It wasn't just the alarm, it was the certainty that something had slipped through, something unsettling and unknown. The technology, the routine, the barriers I thought protected me all felt meaningless against it. And though the melody fades, the haunting silence it left behind continues to echo, a reminder that some boundaries can never truly be secure. Story 52. The sun had begun to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the empty street. The air was crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of autumn leaves in the distant hum of traffic. The day had been ordinary, just another Tuesday, yet something felt off. A lingering unease settled in my chest, something I couldn't quite shake. I blamed it on the fatigue, the long hours at work and the mundane monotony of the week. But deep down I knew it was more than that. I rounded the corner near my apartment, hands in my pockets, the cool evening breeze brushing against my face. The street was quiet, with only the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional distant murmur of cars passing on a main road a few blocks away. Normally, this stretch of pavement would feel familiar, safe, but tonight it seemed darker. The street lights flickering erratically. Above. Then, without warning, a figure appeared. He was dressed in a tailored dark suit that seemed almost out of place in the stillness of the evening. His presence was unnerving. His movement too deliberate, too calculated. He stood perfectly still at the corner, his gaze locked onto mine from beneath the brim of his hat. Something about him seemed timeless, not in a nostalgic way, but in a way that hinted at being completely outside of time itself. As I drew closer, he didn't move. He simply reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope. It was simple, a plain white envelope with my name written on the front in precise, bold handwriting. "You'll need this soon," he said. His voice smooth and composed, yet oddly distant, as though he were reciting a script. The words hung in the air heavy with meaning. My heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly, though I couldn't tell if it was from fear or confusion or both. He said nothing at first, merely holding the envelope out to me. The weight of it in my hand felt unnatural, heavier than it should have been for something so small. My fingers trembled as I clutched it tighter, as if fearing that letting it go would mean losing something vital. Why, I asked again, the single word, sharpened the silence. He tilted his head slightly, but observing me as if I were part of some grand experiment he had long since mastered. "Some things are better left unanswered for now," he replied calmly, as though offering a well-rehearsed explanation. His voice was steady, almost hypnotic, as though the very sound of it was designed to unsettle. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The streets were empty, the dim glow of the streetlights barely illuminating the pavement beneath my feet. The usual hum of the city seemed muted, distant, a strange disconnect from the reality. "I knew. Who are you?" I finally managed to ask, my voice cracking slightly under the weight of the unknown. He gave a faint smile, a ghost of a gesture that didn't quite reach his eyes. "You'll understand soon enough," he said softly, his tone almost soothing. Almost without waiting for a response, he turned smoothly and disappeared into the shadows of the alley behind him. The quiet enveloped me once again. The envelope, still gripped tightly in my hand, felt out of place. I looked down at it, my name staring back at me in bold, confident letters, as though the ink had been carved into the paper with deliberate precision. What now? I wondered, gripping the envelope tighter. The man's words echoed in my mind, "You'll need this soon." Soon? For what and why had I been chosen? There was no context. No, what explanation? Only cryptic promises and unsettling certainty. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the weight of the unknown pressing down on me. Every shadow seemed darker, every movement more deliberate. In the silence, I wanted to call someone to share what had just happened, but the thought of doing so felt hollow. How do you explain an encounter like that to someone who hadn't been there? A chill crept through my veins as I turned to continue home. Each step felt heavier, as though the weight of the unknown envelope refused to be ignored. My mind raced with possibilities. Was this some strange mistake, a test, or something worse? The questions swirled, but no answers came. When I finally arrived at my apartment, I placed the envelope on the kitchen table. My pulse was still quick, my hands trembling slightly. I stared at the envelope, willing it to reveal its secrets, but it remained stubbornly sealed, its contents of mystery. Throughout the night I couldn't sleep. The man's face haunted my thoughts. The calm, unfeeling eyes, the composed demeanor that promised knowledge I wasn't ready for. I kept questioning whether I was losing my grip on reality or if he had truly brought something that couldn't be explained away. Morning came too quickly. I found myself avoiding the envelope, leaving it untouched on the table, as if its presence alone could summon whatever it held. The world outside felt distant, an empty husk. Compared to the strange encounter I had endured at work, I barely functioned. My mind was consumed by what had happened, by the unsettling certainty of the man's words. Even when my colleagues tried to engage me in conversation, the edges of the world felt blurred, distorted. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me, something that couldn't be ignored any longer. That evening I returned home and finally opened the envelope. Inside there was a single slip of paper with one word written on it. Soon that was it. One word, nothing more. Yet it resonated with a weight I couldn't escape. Story 53. The mail I received included a letter addressed to me, but with someone else's handwriting inside. The envelope was unassuming. No return address, no markings to indicate its origin. I opened it cautiously, my fingers tracing the delicate folds of the paper. As I unfolded the letter, my breath caught. The handwriting wasn't familiar. It was careful, almost too perfect, but it wasn't mine. Yet the words felt personal, as though they had been meant for me all along. The letter spoke of memories, of moments long buried, things I hadn't thought about in years. It described events that only I knew about, details that were too specific to be mere coincidences. My heart pounded in my chest, a strange mix of fear and curiosity. Who could have written this? How did they know these things? The thought unsettled me deeply. I tried to dismiss it as a prank, maybe a mistake, but the feeling lingered. The letter stayed on my desk, a silent reminder that someone out there knew things about me that I hadn't even fully remembered. Each glance had it sent a ripple of unease through my body. My thoughts raced. What if someone had been watching me, following my life from the shadows? The days passed, but the letter refused to leave my mind. I couldn't focus on anything else. Conversations felt distant, the world outside my window blurry. It wasn't paranoia, I told myself, but something about the letter tapped into a deeper fear, a fear of losing control over my own memories. I considered reaching out, confronting whoever had sent it. But what could I say? Why did you write a letter about my past? It felt absurd, impossible to articulate without sounding crazy. So I held the letter close, a silent prisoner to its contents. Late at night, unable to sleep, I reread the letter again and again. Every word echoed in my head, growing louder, more intense. It painted pictures of moments I had long forgotten. But now they felt too vivid, too real. Sleep offered no escape. The dreams that followed were far worse. I found myself reliving those moments, unable to wake without the haunting weight of them lingering. There was no answer in the letter, no sign of who had sent it, just a message, something I couldn't ignore. Every interaction I had afterward was filtered through the shadow of uncertainty. The walls around me seemed thinner, less protective. I started questioning everything, questioning myself. Months passed and the letter became a part of my daily life, a constant reminder that some secrets refused to stay buried. Whether it was a gift or a curse, I couldn't tell anymore. All I knew was that someone somewhere knew my story, the story I tried so hard to keep hidden. Story 54. It was an ordinary afternoon when I noticed something strange in the corner of my living room. My dog, normally curious and playful, was suddenly hesitant to approach a particular spot near the wall. She would stop in her tracks, her ears flattening and her nose twitching as though she sensed something unfamiliar. I followed her gaze and saw a small pile of dust, perfectly arranged, sitting silently on the floor. It wasn't much, just a small collection of particles, but it was enough to unsettle both of us. At first, I brushed it off as nothing more than a random accumulation of dirt. However, the way my dog reacted left me uneasy. She wasn't just avoiding the spot. There was a palpable discomfort in her demeanor, as if something was out of place, something unnatural. Her behavior was unlike anything I had seen before. Usually she'd sniff around, investigate and wag her tail at new scents or sights, but here she refused to get any closer. Curious but cautious, I knelt down to inspect the dust more closely. It didn't appear to have been swept up, nor did it seem like it had been there for long. The pile was neat, almost too deliberate for something accidental. There was no breeze to displace it, no visible cracks or openings that could have let in dust from outside. It was isolated, as if it had formed from something contained within the room itself. As I traced the edge of the dust pile with my fingers, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about it didn't belong. My dog's instinctive aversion was enough to make me pause. I glanced around the rest of the room. Nothing else seemed out of place. It was only this small spot in the corner touched by the usual dusting and sweeping, that the rest of the living room underwent. That evening I tried to brush it off again. Perhaps I was overthinking things. My dog was excitable after all and could have simply been reacting to an odd sensation like a draft or an echo in the room. Yet the strange pile of dust sat there, haunting me in the corner of my vision. Every time I walked by, I found myself glancing at it, trying to decipher its purpose, trying to understand what had disturbed the atmosphere so thoroughly over the next few days. I kept an eye on the spot, watching for any changes. My dog remained distant whenever she came near the corner, which only deepened my ones. Nothing else unusual occurred in the house, but that single patch of dust became a focal point of my attention. I tried cleaning it again, thinking maybe a simple sweep would be enough to resolve it. However, after a third vacuum and wiping of the area, the dust came back almost immediately, like it had never been touched. There were no signs of insects, pets or other disturbances that might explain the appearance of the pile. The air in the room felt heavy, as if the dust wasn't settling. Naturally, each night, as I tried to sleep, I could feel my mind lingering on the strange anomaly. It wasn't just the dust, it was the unease. It seemed to carry a sense that something was trying to make itself known, but hiding beneath the surface. One evening, after a long day at work, I came home to find my dog pacing near the spot again. Her whimpers were soft but persistent, and her gaze remained locked on the corner. I followed her eyes and saw something I hadn't noticed before, a faint outline, almost imperceptible, just beneath the dust. It wasn't a shape exactly, but a slight distortion in the air around the pile, as though the space itself was unnaturally dense. This discovery terrified me. It felt as though the corner wasn't merely holding dust, but something more, something that was trying to exist in this world but couldn't fully materialize. My rational mind wanted to dismiss it, but my instincts screamed otherwise. I gathered my courage and decided to do some research, hoping to find any accounts of similar occurrences. Yet every search only returned mundane explanations. Home maintenance issues, natural dust build-up, even the occasional pest. The more I delved into the mystery, the more I realized that the pile of dust wasn't just an ordinary disturbance. It had a presence, an unsettling one that couldn't be ignored. My dog's reactions weren't merely a coincidence. They were evidence that something was influencing our space in ways I couldn't understand. I kept the corner cordoned off with furniture, avoiding the spot whenever possible. Every time I passed by it, I felt an overwhelming sense of wrongness, as though the air around that small patch of dust was heavier, more oppressive than anywhere else in the room. Weeks have passed since I first found the pile and it's still there, despite cleaning it returns. I haven't fully grasped what it is, and part of me doesn't want to. The unease lingers, a constant reminder that some things in this world remain unexplained, no matter how much we try to understand them. Story 55. It was a quiet Monday morning when I arrived at the office, coffee in hand and a lingering sense of unease from the weekend. The office was still settling into the routine of the week, and I greeted a few familiar faces. Before heading to my desk as I started organizing my notes for the day, a familiar sight caught my attention, a new coworker walking through the main office area. What struck me immediately was the scarf wrapped around their neck. It wasn't just any scarf. It was the scarf I had lost weeks ago. I had been searching high and low for it, retracing my steps and asking everyone who might have seen it, but there was no trace of it. Now here was someone wearing it, standing just a few feet away from me, completely unaware of the significance. My heart skipped a beat and a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't look away. The scarf was unmistakable, the same pattern, the same color. It wasn't a generic accessory. It had become one of my favorite pieces. How had it ended up with them? I knew I hadn't lent it out, and it certainly hadn't shown up in any of the lost and found boxes. Yet there it was draped around someone else's neck as if it had been theirs. All along my mind raced. Was this some bizarre coincidence, or had my lost scarf found its way into someone else's possession without me realizing it? I considered the possibilities. Maybe someone had found it and passed it on, or perhaps my new coworker had stumbled upon it at a thrift store or garage sale. But that didn't explain how closely it matched my lost scarf in both style and memory. Every detail, the stitching, the texture was identical. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to approach the situation. What would I say? Hey, that's my scarf. That sounded ridiculous, even to my own ears, and yet the sight of it being worn by someone else felt intrusive, as if a part of me had been taken without permission. Throughout the morning, I found myself glancing over at the new coworker, trying to focus on my work, but unable to concentrate. Every time they adjusted the scarf or tucked it tighter around their neck, I felt a knot twist in my stomach. How could they not recognize it? How could they not sense the connection? Lunch came and I sat at my desk trying to push the thought aside, but the image of that scarf haunted me. I remembered the countless hours I spent searching for it, retracing my steps at coffee shops, stores, and public places. It had become a symbol of something lost, something deeply personal. When the afternoon rolled around, I decided I couldn't ignore it any longer. I walked up to my new coworker desk, my palms clammy. Unsure of how to begin, they were focused on their work, humming softly to themselves, unaware of my approaching presence. "Excuse me," I said softly, trying to keep my voice steady. "I couldn't help but notice your scarf. It looks very familiar." The coworker turned slightly, tilting their head in curiosity. "Oh thanks, yeah, it's one of my favorites. Found it at a thrift store a few weeks ago." I nodded, slowly forcing a smile. "That's interesting. I lost one just like it a while back. Same color, same pattern." My voice faltered slightly, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. They gave a polite smile, but there was no recognition in their eyes. "Maybe there's another one like it out there. Scarves like these are pretty common." "Yes, I suppose," I replied, though my voice was more uncertain. "But it's just. I was looking for it for a while and it feels strange seeing it on someone else." The coworker blinked, offering a half-apologetic shrug. "I get it, it's just a scarf, though you probably left it behind somewhere, or maybe someone returned it without realizing." I nodded again, not fully convinced, but willing to let it go for now. Maybe he just felt familiar. "Thanks for being understanding." As I returned to my desk, a heavy silence settled over me. The rest of the day passed in a blur, my thoughts consumed by the scarf. I wondered how it had ended up in their hands, if it was truly just a coincidence or if there was something more to the situation. The familiarity of it haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, something I couldn't quite put into words. When I got home that evening, I rifled through my closets and drawers again, searching for some sign of where the scarf might have gone. But it was gone, lost without a trace. The new coworker's version sat wrapped around their neck, and mine was nowhere to be found. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, the weight of the day finally settled in. I couldn't ignore the sensation of intrusion, the feeling that something personal had been taken from me without permission. The scarf had been more than just an accessory. It had been a part of me, something tangible I thought I would have forever, and now, seeing it worn by someone else without explanation, left a hollow emptiness. I couldn't quite shake Story 56. It was a quiet Wednesday afternoon when I stopped at the gas station on my way home. The tank was nearly empty and I needed a quick refuel before continuing on. As I stepped up to the counter, the cashier greeted me with a polite smile. "Drive safe on your long trip," they said. As they ran up my purchase for a moment, I paused my mind, scrambling to figure out where the comment had come from. A long trip. I wasn't planning one. In fact, I hadn't mentioned any upcoming travels to anyone. I looked up at the cashier, trying to gauge their expression for clues, but their face remained neutral, almost too professional. I thanked them and hurried back to my car, the words still echoing in my mind. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. I couldn't recall mentioning any trip or hinting that I'd be leaving town. Everything in my schedule was normal, no sudden vacations or planned getaways. Still, the cashier's words lingered in my head like a ghostly echo. As I drove away, my thoughts drifted back to the brief exchange, repping their words over and over. When I arrived home, I couldn't shake the unease. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a simple mistake, I guess, based on my appearance or the fact that I had been at a gas station. People made assumptions all the time, didn't they? But the more I tried to dismiss it, the more unsettling it felt. Why would they say something so specific, something that felt too pointed to be casual? The next day, I decided to stop by another gas station hoping to clear my mind. Yet as I stood at the counter, The same cashier was there. This time they gave me a friendly smile and said, "Good to see you again. Drive safe on your journey." My breath caught in my throat. Journey. I hadn't said anything about traveling, and the casual repetition of those words made my skin crawl. I quickly shook my head, trying to compose myself. "Thanks," I mumbled, paying for my gas and leaving before my thoughts could spiral further. That evening I found myself Googling the cashier's name, trying to see if there was any information about them online. But there was nothing. No social media profiles, no professional affiliations. They seemed to exist only within the walls of the gas station. I couldn't ignore the strange coincidence, especially given the similar comments. It was more than a simple error. It was something deliberate, something intentional. The next few weeks became a blur of units. Everywhere I went, I felt like I was being watched, like someone was following my every move. The gas station encounters kept replaying in my mind, and the words "drive safe on your long trip" haunted me like a warning. Even small errands became overwhelming, as I couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was looming on the horizon. One afternoon I decided to confront the cashier. It wasn't just curiosity anymore, it had grown into something far more urgent. I drove back to the gas station trying to steady my nerves. When I walked in, the cashier was busy with another customer. I waited quietly, watching their movements as they interacted with others. When it was my turn, I took a deep breath and spoke. "Can I ask you something?" The cashier paused briefly, giving me a curious look. "Look, sure, they said you keep saying that I should drive safe on my long trip." Why my voice came out more forcefully than I intended, but I needed answers. The cashier's smile faltered slightly. They glanced around the station briefly before lowering their voice. "Let's just say," they began, "there's a reason why you need to be prepared." I froze in place. Their words were cryptic, and the way they spoke left me feeling trapped, prepared for what I asked, but their expression didn't change. "You'll see," they said simply. I left the gas station in a haze, my mind racing with the implications of their words. Prepared for what? Was there something I wasn't seeing, something I should be aware of? The feeling of being watched intensified, and I couldn't shake the idea that they knew something I didn't. Days passed and I tried to return to normally, but the unease never fully left me. Every interaction felt tinged with suspicion, and I couldn't shake the idea that my movements were being tracked. The comments from the cashier had planted seeds of doubt, and I couldn't ignore them. Then, one evening, I received a text message from an unknown number. It simply read, "Drive safe on your long trip." My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the message, disbelief flooding my senses. How did they get my number? Panic began to set in. I couldn't ignore it anymore. There was something much deeper going on, something dark and unsettling. The words were no longer casual. They were warnings, and I wasn't sure what was coming, but I knew I needed to be ready for it.